Welcome, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and start our meeting. Beginning with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Councilmember O'Donnell will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Please stand if you're able and remove your hat. You may begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, our city clerk has some procedural items to cover.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Thank you.
To speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on. Give it to the clerk secretary staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers. For members of the public that are participating via Zoom, you can use the raise your hand feature to indicate you'd like to speak, or press *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the council. Now we'll go to our city manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to the agenda.
Okay, we have 2 presentations this evening, and I'd like to invite my council members to join me at the lectern for these. Okay, our first proclamation is one commending Detective Royston for her outstanding commitment to public safety. Detective Royston, will you please come forward? Can we ask your family to come and join you while we honor you? Show that off while I read it to everybody. Our proclamation reads, whereas the safety and well-being of the residents of the city of Vista depends on the courage, diligence, and exceptional work of our law enforcement, and whereas Detective Royston exemplified exceptional dedication and thoroughness in unraveling complex criminal activity and demonstrated an unwavering commitment to keeping the residents of Vista safe, and whereas through a coordinated effort, Detective Royston and her partners uncovered a violent confrontation involving a local 17-year-old juvenile, a 19-year-old male, and 2 additional unidentified suspects who wore ski masks and carried out a drive-by style shooting at several victims. And whereas Detective Royston obtained and executed multiple search warrants that linked the suspects to the shooting through digital forensics, social media accounts showing the suspects with the firearms, and cellular data confirming the suspect's phone was active in the vicinity of the incident at the relevant time. Whereas the investigation further revealed that the suspect had transported a handgun and ammunition from Arizona to California, and Detective Royston tracked the suspect to an Arizona residence, where multiple surveillance operations conducted by ATF agents corroborated the location. Whereas Detective Royston traveled to Arizona and coordinated with ATF's Phoenix Division to execute a meticulously planned search warrant at the suspect's residence, resulting in the recovery of 4 handguns, 2 shotguns, and a rifle. Whereas the suspect's father, a documented felon, was also arrested for illegal firearm possession, and items seized from the suspect's bedroom included 4 ski masks, an extended handgun magazine, additional magazines, and a box of ammunition. And whereas due to Detective Royston's tenacity and exhaustive investigative efforts, The primary suspect was arrested and booked into a juvenile detention facility on multiple charges, including assault with a firearm and possession of firearms by a minor. And whereas on that same day, the San Diego Fugitive Task Force simultaneously apprehended the other known suspect in Fallbrook, who was also arrested for assault with a firearm and related offenses. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council, do hereby proclaim and commend Detective Royston as a hero for her outstanding investigative work, strategic planning, and relentless pursuit of justice. Her actions serve as a testament to the highest ideals of bravery, professionalism, and commitment to public safety. Captain, anything to add to that?
So years ago, she showed up to the station as a brand new deputy, and she looks exactly like she did then. Just bright-eyed, smiley, happy. She was ready to take on the world, and she's done so much good stuff for Vista. As you guys can imagine, dealing with juveniles and juveniles' parents, it's very challenging at times. It takes someone who's very balanced. It goes into a lot of accountability for juveniles, but also a lot of compassion. And so I know that she held people accountable, but she was also compassionate and helped change lives. So she has recently taken a promotion. She's now at our major crimes division, where she will work even more. Yeah, very good. Where she'll be working a lot more complex cases and actually responding to child abduction cases as well. So a lot of good work that she's done, but there's a lot more, and she has a very bright future. So thank you very much for everything you've done for Vista and for the Vista Station.
Thank you. Would you join us, please? And of course, thank you to the captain and other leaders in the Sheriff's Department for taking the time to document this excellent police work and allowing us to do this commendation through your write-up, which we very much appreciate. And we hope you'll continue to find deputies that deserve commendation, because we definitely want to honor them for their great contribution. Our next proclamation is one declaring July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Vista. And I'd like to invite the chair of our Parks and Rec Commission, Debbie Piper, to come forward to accept this proclamation. Oh, and we feel other members of the Parks and Rec Commission, please come forward and join us. Yes. Absolutely. Thank you, Jamie. All right. Here, I'll let you show this off. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout the country, including the City of Vista, and whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, improving physical and mental health, encouraging physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles, whereas parks and recreation programs provide healthy meals, nutrition, and services, including education, activities such as out-of-school programming, youth sports, environmental education, all of which are critical to childhood development. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of our local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and reduction of crime. Whereas the City of Vista operates many recreation and cultural arts attractions and delivers quality youth, adult, and older adult recreation activities and programs that enrich the lives of Vista residents. And whereas the City of Vista has over 300 acres of parkland for the enjoyment of residents and visitors alike, and whereas the City of Vista's parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of the community and provide a place for all to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and the City of Vista recognizes the benefits derived from these resources. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council, encourage everyone to visit our parks, our senior center, the Wave Water Park, the Moonlight Amphitheater, and invite all to participate in parks and recreation activities throughout Vista, including the annual Independence Day celebration, which we're looking forward to coming up on July 4th, movies in the park, concerts and musicals, art, and several other programs that are through our Recreation and Community Services Department. And we proclaim July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Vista. I would point out, too, that our entire council has placed acquiring more parks and creating more parkland as a chief priority on our city council goals. That's important to all of us to make sure that we have an ever-growing portfolio of parks and places for people to recreate. And we appreciate our great park staff and our public works staff for taking care of those parks. Okay, and that'll bring us to our oral communications opportunity. Any member of the public may address the council on agency-related matters that are not on the agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 now if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item. It looks like we have three speakers. So we'll start with Trina Priest, if you would please come forward, and also James Kelly and Sid Rothenberg, if you would come on down to the front row and be ready to speak when your name is called. We'll start with Trina Priest. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Vista City Council and Mayor Franklin. I am Trina Priest, a middle school teacher and a mother of 3 teens here in Vista. I have been sharing with you in the past few meetings the research increasingly illustrating the strong correlation between mental health issues and adolescents' use of marijuana. A recent analysis of medical records of over 95,000 Northern California adolescents in the Kaiser Permanente Medical Care System indicated that there is a correlation between having marijuana storefronts in town and the presence of medical diagnoses of psychotic, anxiety, and depressive disorders. Specifically, this research found that prohibiting storefront cannabis shops was linked to teens having half the rate of psychotic disorders compared with teens with pot shops nearby. Since we already have 11 very visible marijuana storefronts throughout our city, perhaps we need to recognize the association between their presence and teen mental health issues here in Vista. As a teacher and a parent, I know well that the journey into adulthood with its educational and economic demands is difficult at best. To be burdened with intellectual and emotional challenges brought on by the sale of and promotion of marijuana products is just plain cruel. Now is the time to decrease their influence in our city through their billboards and advertising, and to not increase the number of marijuana businesses and events in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Sid Rothenberg. Oh, I'm sorry, James Kelly is next. I apologize.
Good evening, Council. I've recently taken an interest in your budget, which may be something you may be interested in. And this is not considered a criticism, but more an observation and a recommendation. The city's financial statement last year was 210 pages with hundreds of notes and financial charts. I have an accounting degree and was a CFO of a $300 million company, CEO of a $250 million SEC reporting bank. And I can tell you, I had difficulty reviewing your financial statements. One general observation I found last year in the financials was that revenues were up 7.5%, but general expenses were up over 20%. So you'd ask, and then you had a surplus of 27 million. Congratulations. How did you do that? Well, you did that by putting off some expenses that were budgeted, good interest rate environment, and it appears that the Buena Sanitation Project may have helped in some way. An example of a large expense last year was that the water park lost $1.7 million. In my homeowners association, we predict what expenses are in the future and have to have the necessary reserves. I don't see anything in the financial statements discussing the future liability of things that are breaking in the city. And I'm not sure if that's there or it should be there. As you understand, an aging homeowners association has things that break, and an aging city has things that break as well. If you don't already have something, I should suggest that you develop a dashboard of the city's finances other than the cash report that's in the budget tonight, so you can manage your city. And possibly having some outside consultant periodically help you understand the financial statements of your city. Other than an internal employee. Regarding the roundabout discussion previously, the city of Carlsbad just decided to remove 2 of their roundabouts because they did not accomplish what they were hopeful to do and caused further issues. Lastly, I've been to a number of the meetings recently, and I think that Vista residents should be allowed to comment on Vista matters and not necessarily residents from other cities that come here with an agenda to talk about Vista matters. I'm not sure if there's a requirement on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just note the Brown Act does require all persons who want to be heard to have the opportunity, but that was good input. Thank you. Sid Rothenberg.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. I'm here to give you a rare thank you. Exactly 15 years ago this month, I was told by a staff employee that Lotto de Loma would never have a sidewalk. But on your agenda is the Lotto de Loma sidewalk for an extension. My thank you is because there were some issues associated with my private street, Astro Court, that feeds onto Lotto de Loma at a very difficult intersection. And I called the city twice on 2 issues. One was the width of the entrance of Astro Court from Lotto de Loma, of which trash trucks back into, 3 of them once a week. And the other was the placement of our Astro Court mailboxes, which created a visual barrier to Guajome Corner. And the city was very responsive and sent out their on-site reviewer and some staff members, and the problems were taken care of, I mean, immediately. And I'm very appreciative for that, and I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Kelly M. on Zoom, followed by Michelle Gonzalez on Zoom. Kelly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, great, thank you. This is Kelly McCormick, and Vista's marijuana industry is causing harm while seeking favors to prop up the struggling industry, such as lower taxes, for example. Newsweek recently published an article called America's Marijuana Legalization Experiment is Going Up in Smoke. Businesses are tanking because they cannot compete with the illicit market. It's not even close. Sales in the regulated industry have dropped, and so have tax revenues. Tax money was the selling point for regulations, but that looks more like bait and switch because the tax money is shrinking and costs to taxpayers are rising for hospital emergency departments, first responders, mental health care providers, addiction treatment services, and more. The organization Getting It Right from the Start from the Public Health Institute reports that daily use of marijuana in California has tripled over the past decade. Daily use is a sign of cannabis use disorder. Use during pregnancy has doubled, putting developing babies at risk of severe complications. Studies demonstrate the links between marijuana use and psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, paranoia, and suicide. And for young users, studies also show interference with memory, cognition, and brain growth. The marijuana industry has been a failure for public health by normalizing smoking and vaping and encouraging intoxication. I hope you will take these facts into consideration when you consider future regulations. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from Michelle Gonzalez. Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. I apologize. I meant to give a comment for item D1.
Okay, would
So,
you like to wait and speak at that time?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and that will conclude our oral communications speakers. We'll now close the opportunity for oral communications during this meeting, and we'll head into our consent calendar. Let's see. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 20 consent items this evening. We have a member of the public who would like to pull item C19. And let's see. Do we have any other items to be pulled? Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I would go ahead and approve, make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I would second that.
Okay, and we have a new law, SB 1439, that requires that any member of the council having received a contribution from anyone with a pending application for entitlement or use or permit over the amount of $500 must recuse themselves from an item. And I want to thank staff at my direction. Staff has prepared a list and distributed it to the city council several times a year of any person who has a pending application so that we could all be apprised of who those individuals are. And because it's difficult to know who might be an agent, I further asked and staff created a disclosure form. And so item C3, I actually received a contribution, $2,200 from a Scott Sandstrom, who is an agent. I did not know that at the time that I received the contribution, but because of that reason, I must recuse myself on item C3. So item C3 and item C19 will be pulled and considered separately. So we have a motion, a second, for the balance of the items. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously, and I'll defer to the Deputy Mayor to consider item C3, and I'll be back after it is.
Thank you. Would the council like to receive a report on item C3, or would we like to proceed to vote on the item? All right, so I would go ahead and ask for you to vote. Do we have any comments on this item? No? Oh, yeah, someone make a motion, please.
A motion to approve item C3.
Thank you. And a second? Thank you, council member. Proceed with the vote. Oh, it looks like the mayor needs to be recused on that. Thank you. Okay. All right, that vote passes with 4 and Mayor recusing himself. Welcome back.
Okay, that'll bring us to the consideration of item C19, the tentative agreement between the City of Vista and the Vista Firefighters Association. And we have Michael Saldana here on behalf of the VFFA.
Good evening. To the Honorable City Council, on behalf of President Frank Wirtz, as well as our entire negotiations team, I would like to take this moment to express our sincerest appreciation for the opportunity to work alongside Assistant City Manager Imelda Huerta, HR Director Natalie Jacobs, and Assistant City Attorney Beverly Rojas throughout the recent negotiations between the city and the Vista Firefighters Association. Their professionalism, willingness to collaborate, and thorough understanding of the work our firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, and fire investigators perform 24 hours a day, 7 days a week made the entire process smooth and personable. We would like to thank our city manager, John Connolly, for his steady leadership and guidance through these negotiations. And most importantly, we want to express our gratitude to this city council for consistently standing with us, advocating on our behalf, and supporting the dedicated members of our association. Your continued commitment to public safety and those who serve in its capacity is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
And I know I'd like to say a big thank you also to you, Mr. Saldana, and Frank Wirtz, all the members of the leadership of the VFFA, as well as all of our firefighters. We have got a new era of cooperation. I want to thank our management staff. We were able to negotiate without an external negotiator. Imelda Huerta did a great job, and having a 4-year agreement with our negotiating groups is a big deal, and I want to reiterate our commitment to making sure that our firefighters and all of our employees are fairly compensated, and that major changes to inflation don't negatively impact you without our commitment to re-examine those things. We want to be one of the cities of choice for employees. We want to be a place that people desire to work and come. So we're really grateful to you for the relationship that we have now. It means a lot to us. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I second all of those things, and it's not just cooperation, it's communication. I am grateful for the communication that has existed in my time on this council between our firefighters and this council, because it really does go a long way in trying to be a team and not just trying to figure out what we can do to better serve either this body or the firefighters, because you all do a great job. I'm happy to support you just like we all are up here. And so with that, I will make the motion to approve item C19, and congratulations.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, you know what, I don't have much more to add except for it's really important that we continue to build really strong career pathways so that folks continue to be able to learn more about their craft, hone in that mastery and provide incredible service to the city of Vista. And we want to keep that talent. It's really critical for us to do that. I know we're competing against other cities that have surpluses that we wish we had, right? But I really appreciate internally our negotiation team. We want to talk to folks like their family because they are. So I'm glad that this process moved forward in the way that it did. And I wholeheartedly will second the motion. Thank you.
Natalie Jacobs deserves a big shout out to our HR director. Excellent work. Okay, with that, we have a motion to second. Please cast your votes. That motion is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to the first of 3 public hearings this evening. Our first public hearing is an item regarding amendments to the Vista Municipal Code, Section 5.24, establishment of offering live entertainment. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Community Development Director, Joe Vaca, will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mayor Franklin. Good evening, members of the City Council. So first, I just want to take a moment to thank all the players that were involved in this. It was a team effort, as usual, in light of trying to facilitate and enhance economic development, especially in our old town. So it was a collaboration with Larry Voppel, Economic Development Director, Kathy Valdez, our City Clerk, Patsy Chow in Community Development, London Adams, our Management Analyst, who was a heavy hitter in this, and Imelda Huerta. So I'd like to thank all of them for their hard work and collaboration. So this is intended to facilitate economic development, as I said, in downtown, where we are encouraging cultural arts and trying to create a vibrant atmosphere for our citizens. So we've streamlined the live entertainment permitting process and brought it more current. And really, most of what has been changed is intended to facilitate the permitting process. So I'll go through some of the updates. We expanded the exemptions. So we would exempt from requiring a permit any activities that comply with the noise ordinance. And we updated section 5.2440D so that entertainment that's limited to the use of like recorded music or TV for sports, video games, and background music is exempt from a live permit requirement. And then indoor activities that don't spill out onto the streets or in outdoor areas, including karaoke, comedy, trivia, and bingo nights, would be exempt as long as the noise is contained in the property and compliant with our noise ordinance. And if these activities are not compliant with the noise ordinance, then a live entertainment permit would be required. So in light of trying to make this more business-friendly, we streamlined the number and types of permits from 6 down to 1 single comprehensive permit, and that covers alcohol service, dancing, and sound amplification. And unless it's exempted, a valid entertainment permit would be required and must be issued for entertainment, especially if it includes any of these 3 categories. They would all fall under now what's a class 1 permit, again, streamlined down from 6. So if it has sound amplification, that would not comply with the noise ordinance. It would be subject to a live entertainment permit. If it has dancing, it would have to have a live entertainment permit. And if it has alcohol in conjunction with an ABC permit served in collaboration with sound amplification and dancing, it would require a live entertainment permit. So the review of these permits would consider these types of conditions when determining whether or not to approve or permit live entertainment, and typically we would approve by imposing conditions to make sure it's compatible with adjoining businesses. We also eliminated an outdated section that was a transitional provision that only applied to certain businesses through June 30 of 2014. Since it's no longer applicable, we took that out of the code to make it easier for people to understand. We also updated and enhanced the application fee and changed it to a 2-year term with this new fee that reflects the cost of staff time. So we do predominantly include a city manager office analyst, business license staff, sheriff's office staff, and then our city manager's office ultimately reviews this. And so the proposed fee is $325 for 2 years, which is a bargain compared to most other jurisdictions in San Diego. So with that, staff recommends that you conduct the public hearing, accept any testimony, consider the testimony, and then adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 5.24, and that the City Council adopt a resolution to amend the annual license fee for live entertainment permits. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Baca. And do we have any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Councilmember O'Donnell?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to close the public hearing and accept staff recommendations, but I just want to say a very sincere thank you. I know this is something that I had brought up before, and anything we can do to streamline any permitting processes that take place and make it easier for our businesses to operate and be successful, I'm always going to support. And I'd really encourage that if there's any other areas within our code that we can adopt or rather update to streamline some of these processes, I'd be very in favor of it. But I just want to thank you and everybody that worked on this for all your hard work and really doing a, phenomenal job. And this will be much easier. And at $325 every 2 years, it, in my mind, is a steal. So great work.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, phenomenal. Thank you so much. I remember when we first tackled this, and it was just kind of like not an easy flow chart of what gets done. And this is very simplified, so I'll second the motion.
Okay, and I'll just second the comments of an appreciation of our planning department and just say that it is my goal, and I think our council shares the goal, that we're one of the most business-friendly cities in the county, if not in the state. We want to be a place where people are willing to take a risk to invest their hard-earned money to build businesses. And we want to have lots of great entertainment venues that bring people in responsibly to enjoy themselves and help build the local economy here. So thank you again for the good work. With that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. The motion is approved unanimously. It'll bring us to our second public hearing, an item to consider an ordinance adding Chapter 2.54 to the Vista Municipal Code to establish a homelessness commission. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Assistant City Manager, Imelda Huerta, will introduce this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. This public hearing recommends the adoption of an ordinance to add Chapter 2.54 to the Vista Municipal Code to establish a homelessness commission. It is my pleasure to introduce Jonathan Lung, our Homeless Services Program Manager, who provides the report tonight.
Development of a homelessness commission began at the February 20th, 2025 Standing Committee on Homelessness meeting, when the committee agreed on recommendations for further oversight of the implementation of the strategic plan to address homelessness. These recommendations included the establishment of a homelessness commission that would meet on alternate months with the standing committee, and the continuation of 2 city council workshops per year to consider and discuss the strategic plan's implementation. On March 25th, 2025, the City Council approved the Standing Committee's recommendations and directed staff to draft an ordinance to establish the commission. Later on April 24th, 2025, the Standing Committee discussed and established its recommendations for the Homelessness Commission's composition, and on May 13th, 2025, the City Council approved those recommendations. Tonight, the City Council and members of the public will have an opportunity to review the ordinance with a full text provided in the agenda packet and each section of the ordinance highlighted during this presentation. The recommended ordinance amends the Vista Municipal Code by adding Chapter 2.54, Homelessness Commission. Section 2.50.010 establishes the purpose of the commission, which is to promote and support the city's strategic plan to address homelessness and to advise the City Council and the City Manager on matters relating to homelessness. Section 2.50.020 establishes the commission as a standing commission with 7 members, with powers and duties provided in this chapter and other ordinances of the City of Vista, with each member having equal voting authority. Section 2.50.030 dictates the appointment of the commission's members and their qualifications, with one appointment provided to each city council member for a total of 5 appointments from the city council. One appointment will be provided to the Standing Committee on Homelessness's chair and vice chair each, for a total of 2 appointments from the Standing Committee. The appointments provided to the Standing Committee members shall be given preference to individuals with lived experience of homelessness. Section 2.50.040 outlines the Commission's powers and duties, which are to act in an advisory capacity to the City Council and the City Manager or their designee related to homelessness matters, to develop an annual work plan and presentation to the City Council, to review and provide recommendations to the City Council on homelessness issues, to explore and suggest outside funding to accomplish the city's strategic plan to address homelessness, to promote and stimulate public interest and community engagement in the city's strategic plan to address homelessness, to provide a public forum for citizens to communicate their complaints, concerns, requests, and suggestions relating to the homelessness matters, and to review and provide recommendations to the City Council on all homelessness matters referred to it by the City Council. Staff recommend adopting the ordinance, which would take effect on the 31st day after tonight's adoption on July 25th, 2025. Commissioner applications would be made available to the public on that date, with recommendations on appointments expected to be recommended to City Council approval in September. Staff also recommend the City Council include a discussion during this public hearing on a meeting time for the Commission meetings. The Standing Committee's approved recommendations for the Commission's 5 meetings per year during even months would schedule meetings on the 4th Thursday of February, April, June, August, and October of each year. In accordance with the approved recommendations, one joint meeting between the Commission and the City Council, one joint meeting between the Commission and the City Council would meet in October, which would be a joint City Council workshop and Homelessness Commission meeting. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, and we did have one member of the public that wanted to speak on this item, Terry Constantine.
Good evening. I'm Terry. I'm not sure after hearing all of that what I'm going to ask you is appropriate. I would love to be on the commission. I have already made a trailer for a documentary regarding homelessness. It's on YouTube. I am going to further that to a long format actual documentary over the next year. So I'm pretty familiar with the situation, have spoken to many, many homeless people out there, and I would love to be helpful in this area. Oh, I was going to say, do you have any questions? And then, no, those are so I would really like to do that, and I would love to be involved. So please consider me. I understand that now I need to go onto the internet and fill out something for you. So there you go.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Kimberly Cross-Purdy.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to actually take a second to talk about the current situation with the Homelessness Department of the City of Vista, and I'm in support of doing this committee. Today, I actually called. I am currently handling a teen that has been unhoused, and we called on the city today to look at the resources. And I gave Yesenia actually some great information about our research and trying to find out these resources for her. Being 18 years old was really hard. And one of the things I just wanted to bring to your attention, which is what I think the key point of this committee could bring to this discussion, is the fact that it took 5 different phone numbers before we even got back to a resource that was even possible to help her. And my biggest concern, and I mentioned this to Yesenia, and the ladies in that office were wonderful today, is the fact that we talk about homeless, we talk about what we see on our streets, but we're not talking about this population, I think, as much. And I think you can all agree that there's a certain amount of unhoused young youths that are out there, and they don't really know what to do. And if she didn't have me today, she would have stopped at her first phone call. She went to Lifeline today, North County Lifeline. She went to the wrong building, and that building sent her somewhere else, only for us to call somebody else and ask for something else. So in part of this committee, I really urge that we have to find better resources, communicating with the departments or the agencies that we are partnered with in the City of Vista so that we don't accidentally turn somebody away that really needs these services. We spend all day at it, and we're going to spend more time tomorrow at it. I know we'll find it. I know the City of Vista is very committed to this, and I think this Homelessness Commission is really valuable to our city. And again, I'm going to mirror what she said. I'm happy to serve on this committee and help. Thank you.
Thanks, those are great comments, and I would point out that we are underway right now in our Vista Transition Age Youth, which is for 18 to 25-year-olds, and I think, is it for 20? I think 20 is the number.
About 18 to 20.
18, so we're going to house 18 young people there that don't have a home, and we're very proud to be bringing that online. I think I know the city of San Diego has a similar program, but I'm not sure if it's sponsored by the city of San Diego, but ours is sponsored. Council bought a building to house this program, and we're really excited to be cutting the ribbon on it the next couple of months. So we are definitely paying attention to that transition age youth population. With that, I want to recognize Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor, for serving with me on this standing committee to review our strategic plan to address homelessness. It's a document that guides our city in our effort to address homelessness in Vista. And I know for our whole council, we understand that homelessness is the most concerning and the most costly challenge that we face. And we have been really fortunate through the dedication of our leadership and our staff and the review of the public to have been able to receive a large amount of grant funding, to be able to pursue opportunities like our navigation center, like our transitional age youth programming, and much, much more. So I am really hopeful, looking forward to this item. It's been a long time coming. I brought forward this commission concept many years ago, but it did take some workshopping and some time to develop it in a way that we could get full council support. So I do hope that, as I make a motion now to close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation to adopt the ordinance for a homelessness commission, that I do have full support from the council on this, because I agree with the speakers and I agree with the public that there is so much more that we can do, and we want to have as many people contributing to the solutions as possible. So thank you so much for all of your work. And I also would at this time make a recommendation that we adopt staff's recommendations for scheduling. I think the alternating months and the joint meeting in October is completely appropriate. And so far, our standing committee has been able to meet on those terms fairly easily, and I imagine a commission would be able to do the same. But with that, I would just ask my council to support this. Thank you.
I'll second the motion, and I'll just say thank you for the work that we've been able to do together on the Homelessness Standing Committee. I appreciate that, and we cooperated significantly on the creation of this ordinance, so thank you for that. And look forward to having the community be even more engaged on something that the council is definitely very engaged on and spending a lot of time talking about and thinking about, along with all of our partners, several of which are here in the room tonight. So with that, let's go to Councilmember Contreras.
You beat me to the second, Mayor. I was going to second, but this is a fantastic step in the right direction. I'm really glad that it took I think maybe 2 years even to get to this point. And I really look forward to all those applications coming in. I know that Vista definitely has a heart for those that are experiencing housing insecurity. And we want all those leaders in the community to come forward, because this is about changing people's lives and having a really positive impact for our community. So if you're up for that challenge and want to be part of the solution, please send your applications in. Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Thank you. Yeah, I had the pleasure of sitting in on that April 24th Standing Committee meeting where it was discussed what the makeup of the the commission would be, and I just wanted to thank you guys. The conversation was great. I think it went, the ideas that you came up with were, I think, were very fair and are going to do really great things for the city of Vista. So I did have one quick housekeeping question. The ordinance is labeled, chapter 2.4 or 2.54, but a lot of the sections are 2.50. Is that a coincidence, or am I?
That is a mistake. I apologize. Yeah, it would be.
Okay, no worries. Just wanted to, if we're going to sign something in, I could have been wrong on that one. So thank you. That's it.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I just want to say thank you for the hard work that went into this from both of you, as well as the deputy mayor and the mayor. It's taken a long time to get to this, and I really do appreciate the work that's gone into it. A lot of conversations have happened to get to this point. I do also just want to give a shout out to Jonathan, Joanna, and Imelda. I have a resident in my district who lives in low-income housing who has been faced with some severe challenges, and you all have been the utmost professionals in providing information as quickly as you can and trying to find a solution. So the only thing I would encourage is that this committee, and I know it is not incumbent upon them or their responsibility, but always be exploring anybody living in assisted living or low-income housing or housing insecurity or has housing insecurity, so we can make sure that not just the individuals that are currently on the streets, but those that may end up in that situation don't. So, but I just really do appreciate the hard work that went into this, and thank you very much.
Okay, and just a couple more notes for the good of the order. We do have a homelessness hotline here in Vista. It's 760-639-6191. You can also go to vista.gov/homelessness to learn more about services available and the efforts that the city has undertaken to try to address homelessness here. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That motion is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to our third public hearing tonight, one regarding an update of speed limits. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Traffic Engineering Division Manager, Sam Hassanen, will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have with us our Principal Mobility Planner, Dara Woods, who will give the presentation.
Good evening. Tonight, the item before you is the ordinance related to speed limit updates to various streets throughout the city. To start, a brief background, and I apologize for the typo. The first bullet, on January 23rd, 2024, City Council authorized staff with the assistance of a professional engineering consultant to evaluate the city's speed limits and make recommendations for speed limit reductions in accordance with new state regulations. On January 14th, 2025, City Council approved staff's recommendation for speed limit updates to various city streets in Council Districts 1 and 3, and on March 11th, 2025, approved staff's recommendations for updating speed limits to Council Districts 2 and 4. The following slide summarizes all the street segments that were approved for speed limit updates in Council Districts 1 through 4, and in total there was 34 segments that were recommended for reductions. For those who may not be aware, state law governs the establishment of speed limits on public streets through provisions in the California Vehicle Code and standards in the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And state law requires the adoption of an ordinance for new and changed speed limits. Therefore, in conclusion, staff is recommending City Council introduce and adopt an ordinance establishing speed limit updates on various streets throughout the city. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Sid Rothenberg is requested to be heard on this item.
Good evening again. My computer wouldn't allow me to go all the way down, scroll down to PH3 and find out all the street names. I do know that at one point Lotto de Loma was considered and then rescinded to reduce from 25 to 15. But this evening, as I drove down Guajome Street to come to this meeting, which is a winding backcountry road that's got a lot of traffic pressure on it, and now has a sidewalk constructed down it. It's very narrow. They've changed the curve of the turn from Lotto de Loma to Guajome, and we have cars that park all along the whole street on the opposite side of the sidewalk. So I don't know what the speed limit is on Guajome, but I would really recommend you reduce it down to 15, or I'm going to say speed humps, but I'd rather you reduce the speed limit, because people try to straighten out those curves and drive straight up that street, and it's super dangerous. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other public speakers on this item, we'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item now. Did we find out what the cost was going to be for all the new speed limit signs?
Yes, the estimated cost to replace all the signs and markings is $100,000.
Okay, I'm aware that a number of people, a lot of people, including myself, are upset about speeding. I do not agree with most of these changes. This is some pretty severe changes to our collectors and our arterial roadways. Most of these speeds are unachievable during rush hour. I think a lot of residents are going to be severely unhappy with this. I absolutely view this as an effort to frustrate drivers. This new law that Sacramento has given us to change all these speed limits is part of an assault on motorists and their ability to use their vehicles. I just couldn't be more opposed to it. I want to make that clear. I won't be voting for it. Just anticipate a whole lot of complaints. I noticed that we didn't put a column with the current speed. Here we only have the new speed. Is that right? On page 5 of 162?
Yes, the table's just for the new speed. It would be the ordinance for what the new established speed limit would be.
So the last thing I'm going to say on this is we really have an insufficient commitment as a council to enforcing current speed limits. We haven't dedicated enough traffic deputies to do the job. I think that's what we should be doing, is trying to get people to obey the current speed limits, because we certainly are going to have an enormous increase in what's going to be defined as speeding. People are going to continue to go the old speed limits. I don't even think when they catch up and figure out the speed limit's been reduced, I still don't think they're going to want to comply with these. It'll be unenforceable. And when we do ticket people at these new limits, they're going to feel very unhappy about it. So those are my feelings on this, and I won't be supporting it. Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much. I would like to close the public hearing at this point, and I make a motion to approve the ordinance. I do have a few questions. I'm just taking a look at my district here. The portion of Melrose Drive between the northern city limit and West Los Angeles is 40. With the rest of it being 35. I'm just curious of the discrepancy of the 5. I'm really in favor of having just consistent speeds. It makes it really confusing for all parties when there's a big difference. There's also, a school in that area, so I'm just curious of the 40 versus the 35.
Yeah, these are the lowest possible limits for each segment based on the data. So technically, we could reduce the 40 to 35, but it would not be enforceable. But if we raise the 35 to 40, then that would be enforceable if we wanted to make the whole street consistent.
Okay, so the only way would be to increase from 35 to 40 to make it consistent at this time.
Yeah.
Unless there is some kind of designation in the future of this corridor. Or is that?
Based on the current law, which I guess I don't anticipate any changes in the near future, since the Assembly bill wasn't that long ago. Unless the speeds come down through the radar studies that we do, that would be the only way is actual, because that's one of the biggest factors that we consider is the actual speeds on the street.
Now, are we going to be coming back with information to review the effectiveness of this? Is that planned to do some more, studies in the future?
So
Maybe to review?
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say, other than our current radar surveys, which only study a sample of 200 cars that we use to establish these speed limits, we don't have anything that is more extensive, but that could be, the before and after could be done using the radars. We hadn't planned on something, but we could do that.
Yeah, is there an associated cost with that?
The radar studies themselves. So I think we're talking about, maybe 35 segments, maybe about $100 each for those radar studies.
I don't want to fold that into the motion, but I think offline, I would love, anytime that we do changes, I think it's important for us to get some feedback. And so maybe even in some of the corridors where we might want to see consistency, like the one that I just pointed out on North Melrose. There's another one too in my district, and that's North Santa Fe, the northernly city limit to Taylor Street at 40. It's a significant difference from Taylor Street to Main Street on North Santa Fe being 30. That's another area where I would like to see measurements in the future because Guajome Park Academy is over there. And cars are going really fast in that area. So I just wanted to point that out. And outside of that, thank you again so much. And that's all my comments for now.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly want to support this item and would second the motion. There is a limitation to what the city can do to improve safety on our streets. We can improve safety through our design and through our built infrastructure, and we can also improve safety through our policies. And this is a way for us to reduce speeds, which every constituent I've spoken to has called for a decrease in speeds. Whether it's somebody who lives in the neighborhood or a business owner, people are concerned about, very much so, the current situation where there is rampant speeding. And while some enforcement does stop individual motorists, the cost burden to provide enforcement on every single corner and every single street in Vista would prohibit us from doing anything else. So we need to deploy multiple strategies in order to reduce speeds. We need to improve infrastructure, we need to reduce speeds, we need to have enforcement, which this council has been committed to doing. And so I completely disagree with the idea, Mayor, that this is an assault on motorists. Assault is a word to describe a threat of violence or an act of violence. And reducing speeds by a small margin is not going to cause physical harm to people driving in their cars, but every increment of speed reduction can reduce the likelihood of death if there is a collision. So I really argue that it is the opposite, that we are improving safety and we are preventing vehicular violence. And although motorists are currently acting in an entitled and lawless manner on our streets, and we cannot control every single driver, we can improve our infrastructure, we can improve our policies and our speed limits and change our signs. We weren't able to do this before tonight. We actually are empowered now. The state of California has broken the chains and said, local municipalities, you're allowed to change the speed limit. And for what we usually experience, which is California legislature telling us what to do, this is actually a very liberating moment. So I'm very excited to second this and to be able to deliver for the community some speed reductions. And I do believe that people will follow the speeds. Most motorists follow the law. We have a room full of law-abiding people here, and I know myself and many of my neighbors will be compliant with these lower speeds. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. Is our sheriff's captain still here by chance? Did he dip out?
They got to get him in the back, but he's here.
I guess in the meantime, I'll ask, Sam, is there a way to, once these speed limits are reduced, time the lights in such a manner that if you are consistently going the speed limit, it will actually allow you to get from one place to another faster? Because I know that there are other cities that do this. I also understand that we are not a grid pattern here in Vista. But is there a mechanism which we can implement that if you are abiding by the law and doing the speed limit, it will actually get you across town quicker?
That's how we time our lights when they're coordinated during the time periods of peak congestion, like in the morning, midday, and PM. So those plans are actually timed for the speed of the traffic. A lot of times the speed of the traffic during the congested times is slower anyway. But we do, mostly we do it by observation in the field, is to have what we call the offsets between the greens so that the traffic keeps going.
Can we check out Melrose Place, I think it was? There was no car in the one lane, and the light turned red, and then I had to sit there for 10 seconds before it turned green again. Really weird. It was like 6:30 in the morning, too, so it was just a really odd time. But whatever we can do to time it with the new, and I know you will, I'm not suggesting you wouldn't, but I know, like I said, other areas of the country, you time the lights on a more grid pattern, and it will literally get you across town faster if you just do the speed limit. Captain Malin, may you approach the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you being here tonight. How many current traffic deputies do we have?
So we currently have 4 motor deputies, and we just added another traffic deputy recently, so we are at 9.
How many of them patrol for speed?
Excellent question. So all of them are capable of patrolling and enforcing speed. A vast majority of the speed enforcement is conducted by motor deputies on motorcycles, just because that's more conducive to their mode of travel. The traffic deputies that are in vehicles, they are primarily there to respond to accidents and to investigate crash scenes, but they are capable of enforcing speed.
And is our DUI deputy that we just hired, are they included in the traffic deputies?
Yes.
Okay. When you guys assign sections of the city, how many sections are there for our traffic deputies specific to the motorcycles that are assigned? Do you know offhand?
What do you mean by sections?
So if there's a section of road that for one day they're going to patrol, do you know how many sections there are within that entire list that they would have to patrol over a period of time?
So no. So the motor deputies specifically operate, we actually have a whiteboard at the station, and we have trouble spots that we list on that board, and they will target those areas for speed or other types of vehicle code infractions. The motor deputies obviously have places that they like to work because it's just a constant violation of various vehicle codes, but they do operate off of complaint-based response. Does that answer your question?
It does. Well, yes and no, and the reason I ask that is because there are a lot of stretches, even in District 4, that people just say, we need more enforcement.
Yes.
Right, and so, but the point that I made the last time we discussed this was that if we were to enforce every section of road that exists on the list that is a problem area, I mean, I don't even know how many deputies we would need to hire.
It would be impossible with the 4 motor deputies that we have, yes.
Yeah, so it's impossible with the 4, but I'm trying to get to the point where I can understand how many deputies it would take, because I've heard this argument many times, and I just met with the traffic deputies. They know I support the work that they do. I'm grateful for the work that all of our deputies do, but I would like to try and get to the number of sections or the number of deputies it would actually take to blanket the city properly to enforce the traffic laws that we have as far as speed is concerned, because this is an argument that I've heard prior to even being elected, that we need to hire more deputies, hire more traffic enforcement deputies specifically, just to enforce the speed limits. And I just don't think it's a realistic goal. So when I hear it, I just like to try and get some numbers to back up that type of statement.
Yes, and I think it's important to for everyone to recognize that to enforce speed as a deputy sheriff, you have to be trained in the recognition of speed and how to use the instruments in the vehicles, but also you have to have the instruments in the vehicles. So our traffic unit and the motors are both trained and have the equipment. Other deputies that are working patrol, they do not. And that's something that we're working to address. We want to give them, we can give them that training, but we're working to get them that equipment so that deputies actually working each district are able to enforce speed as well. They can stop people for vehicle code violations like stop signs, red lights, and everything else. But when it comes to speed, you have to have the specific equipment that holds up in court to do that.
I wish you hadn't told the public that. But no, I'm joking. I'm just joking. I appreciate that because I think that will actually benefit us in the long run of actually trying to implement more traffic stops for speeding.
Yes.
And will kind of address the concern that continues to be brought forward as far as hiring more deputies. Now, if we need more deputies, as I've always told you, please let me know, right?
Yes.
And we can have that conversation. But those are all my last question is, from a reduction of speed standpoint, does it make it more challenging for our motorcycle deputies to do their job?
I don't think it matters what the posted speed limit is, to be honest with you. Whether it's 45 or 35, people are going to continue to drive at the speeds that they normally do on these thoroughfares or wherever they normally drive. And I think that everyone can understand that when we drive, and especially me, I drive the same routes every single day. And I think that we sometimes forget that, and we always travel at the same speed that we travel on those specific roadways. So, traffic enforcement's very interesting. We go off of engineering, enforcement, and education. Enforcement only goes so far. So it is that three pillars that we go off of, and we can write tickets all day long. Does it stop people from speeding? Maybe for a little bit it does. But it's not an end-all by any means.
I'm sure it doesn't help when people start posting on Nextdoor when they see a speed trap in areas that probably need speed traps.
Yes, absolutely.
It does not help, correct? They're not aiding our deputies in doing
That's
their
correct. And that's why the motorcycles are so good, because they're less visible. You speed up to a motorcycle and not even notice them until it's too late. And deputies who ride motorcycles for a living are a very special type of deputy. They would ticket me if I were speeding down any road in Vista, and they take their job very seriously. So.
I made a joke to one of them. They flat out told me no exceptions for anybody. So
No, absolutely
I
not.
100% believe that.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing, especially with our deputies and the work that you all do. Those are all my questions for you.
Thanks, sir.
So, yeah, that's it. I just wanted to try and get some clarification around that, and hopefully I can get some information back on numbers of patrols that might be necessary, numbers of deputies. But I, again, appreciate the work that's going towards making sure all of our deputies are capable of pulling people over for speed. And I'm happy to support this. I took a lot of time with Sam and our team to sit down and discuss specific areas of District 4, which is why we took a little bit more time to get to that point. And I'm happy and confident with the numbers that we came up with, that they're not going to impede anybody as far as making them very upset, because nothing's been lowered by more than 5 miles per hour anywhere in my district, I believe, except for maybe Thibodaux. So, but yeah, thank you so much for your work on this.
Is that any coincidence, Dan, that that's the street that my offices are on?
I can promise you it is not a coincidence.
I wonder, sorry, Captain Malin, to make you come back, but I wonder if you could tell us if we could focus on sort of, for some period of reasonable time, in these areas where we're going to have new speed limits, perhaps in issuing more warnings than tickets for some period of time, to let people know that the speeds have changed there and do some education. Is that possible? Is that reasonable?
Absolutely. So, but I will say this, I never will direct a deputy sheriff to write or not write a ticket. I think that the circumstances always vary. A lot of times people, that's all they need is a warning. All they need is to be stopped and talked and educated on what's going on. Sometimes people need a ticket, and that's a reminder to keep the speed. I think that is very reasonable that when this goes into effect, I know there's certain law that there is kind of a soft grace period, but in addition to that, we can definitely talk and have this be a soft opening, if you will. to give people the chance to get used to the lower speed limits. With that being said, like I said, I would never tell a deputy not to write a ticket, but we could certainly talk to them and say, hey, we need to do some education here. And they'd be open to that,
I would
for sure.
imagine more just a general posture in these new areas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rather than a specific instruction. Thank you, Captain.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Mr. Hassenen, before I finish up here, what do we know about the cause of most accidents? What are the major causes of accidents, and what do we know about that? How often is excessive speed the cause? You've worked with us for 20, how many years?
17 or 18 now.
18 years, soon to be 20. And one of your chief responsibilities here is to study accidents, the causes of accidents, and how to reduce them in our city. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, so what could you tell us in general terms about the cause of accidents?
I had those exact numbers the last time we presented this. Unfortunately, I don't, but the top reasons or causes, speeding was one of them. I believe it was in the top 3.
Do we know anything about typically how fast people are going, like how much they're exceeding the speed limit when they're causing an accident? Do we know anything about that?
Not specific stats on that, unless we went through every individual crash report and extracted that.
Certainly, there are organizations that do go through these crashes. I know the insurance companies do. What science did we bring into this? What studies have been done in other jurisdictions where these types of reductions have happened? What do we know empirically and scientifically about how we expect this to impact traffic accidents?
It's pretty new, so I have not seen any studies on it yet.
Okay. Well, if we're going to experiment, then I think we should be committed to making sure we're collecting speeds and we're able to compare that in a 5-year period going forward after we make these changes to the 5-year period. We have the data from the last 5 years on all of these stretches, right?
We do.
So in 5 years, you'll be able to come back to the council and tell us what a 5-year to 5-year comparative would be.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's important because for me, I mean, I don't want to inconvenience people unless there's a real public safety imperative. And what you're saying as the chief representative, the chief scientist for traffic engineering for the city of Vista, you're saying that you're not aware of any empirical data that demonstrates that these changes will make motorists safer in the city of Vista. Is that what you're saying?
Not specifically as a result of this state law, but there are a lot of studies about reducing speeds, which tends to reduce the severity of injuries and accidents.
Mm-hmm. I just wonder, because I think all of us in this room are all law-abiding. We all go the speed limit. When they lower the speed on Thibodeau Road from 40 to 30, I will go 30 miles an hour. I'm not concerned about people who follow the speed limits. I'm concerned about young people, inattentive drivers, people who intentionally speed, and those people are not going to follow the posted speed. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved with 4 in favor and 1 opposed. And that'll bring us to our discussion items this evening. Thank you very much. We have 6 discussion items. The first is regarding protected bike lanes, CIP number 8362. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Council members O'Donnell and Fox asked this item to be on the agenda, so we will ask either or both of them to introduce it. I'll let you guys arm wrestle for the privilege.
Do we have any public speakers?
We do have some public speakers on this. Would you like to hear from them?
I will just, as I introduce it, I'll just make it very brief, and that is that we've obviously had a lot of ongoing discussion with the bike lanes that have been taking place in the infrastructure here in Vista. I've had a lot of feedback from my community, whether it's email or just next door comments or phone calls and text messages. So I just wanted to make sure we could bring this back to have a discussion about some of the findings I've had and decisions that I've made as far as what will take place in District 4. And I believe Councilmember Fox is going to probably come back with the same information for his district. So with that being said, though, I'd like to hear from the public before moving forward with any discussion.
Okay, we have 40 public speakers on this side. Excuse me, we have 4 public speakers on this item. We'll start with Sid Rothenberg, followed by Michelle Gonzalez. Actually, we'll take Zoom last. We have more coming? Okay, Sid Rothenberg, followed by Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Gregory S. I can't read all the letters in the last name. Gregory E.
Well, good evening again. This is an example of haste makes waste. And although I believe in protected bike lanes, I do think this should be revisited and given more serious consideration. And I did shoot off about 3 emails today, and I don't know if it's in your packet or not. Here, see some heads nodding up and down. So I think we should look toward Europe, that has decades of experience in managing bike lanes and making it safe, to the point where the United Nations Development Program analysis states that in the Netherlands alone, there are now more registered bikes than there is population. And everybody rides their bike to work, but it is a flat country, so we'll give them that. Hopefully you've read my emails, or some of them were just links to something that was informational that I thought was quite helpful. But I would really like to see the city step back and give this more thorough thought about how they want to approach this, and look toward the future, not just, we don't have the dollars, but think about what this is going to be in the infrastructure in the long run, decades ahead, and how we've made our city safe. And we're not going to be rethinking this and taking it all out and wasting more money and putting something else in by another council. Perhaps, probably wouldn't be this council, it'll be some other council in another decade that comes along and says, this won't do. So I'm hoping that tonight that you will put a moratorium on any further construction of protected bike lanes until we have a well-conceived, thought-out plan, and maybe that one link that I sent you from the United Nations Development Program might give you some things to think about with pros and cons. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Gregory E. And Gregory, would you come forward and be ready to speak when your name is called? Thank you.
Okay, so I, again, strongly urge this council to continue to maintain the protected bike lanes, especially in District 4, where I live, and throughout the city. I've used these protected bike lanes daily since their installation, and I've seen tangible improvements, such as speed. The radar near Dawson Street and Stratford, I think it's called, I've seen the speed slow down, to 50, 58. People are still speeding, but they're down from 60 to 70. Especially cars in, the number 3 lane, so closest to the bike lane. It appears that they're driving slower as they're being more cautious. If the goal is to reduce speed and create a road diet without actually adjusting the speed, which we talked about, this is working. We just heard the captain say one of the pillars to reduce speed is engineering. So these bike lanes are part of that pillar. So this in hand helps the police with enforcement, lowering speed, reducing, accidents, and increasing public safety. I've also seen more people riding their bikes since the implementation of this project, which, many studies have shown that protected bike lanes increase ridership, and with the climate getting better, especially for the summer, we could see more people riding their bikes. So these lanes aren't an experiment. I've seen similar projects placed throughout our county, including La Jolla, San Diego and downtown, North Park, University Heights, Rancho Bernardo, Kearney Mesa. Within the county from Sandag, there's already 56 miles of Class 4 bike lanes and 383 miles of Class lane bike lanes throughout the county. The Melrose lanes are wide enough at certain points so that bikers can pass with each other. I've literally experienced people passing on my left. And to those, I've seen people say online, but I never see the cyclists. Object permanence is real. We aren't babies. We should have fully developed brains. Riders exist even when you aren't looking for them. And I've seen scuff marks on these curbs. So it shows that these protected bike lanes are working, that distracted drivers are hitting these and not hitting a biker that could be potentially there. So don't let perfect be the enemy of better. Finish the job by painting the rest of the city's roads and replacing the cones, which keep blowing into the bike lane, with permanent flex posts and parking stops. I would also suggest that the city paint the green bike strip through intersections, as I've seen other parts of the county do. And yeah.
Okay, Gregory Essayarn, is it?
Hey, Council, how's it going? My name is Gregory Asayan, and I would also like to speak in fervent support of the protected bicycle lanes. Protected bicycle lanes are some of the highest ROI safety infrastructure improvements that a city can make. They provide a visible and physical barrier between cyclists and traffic, offering us unparalleled protection. Study after study, including one published by the IIHS, has shown that protected cycle lanes increase rates of cycling and decrease cycling-related accidents per mile ridden. To me, this is a matter of grave importance, especially in light of the cyclist who was hit and killed by a car in Escondido just a couple of weeks ago on June 8th. He was riding in an unprotected shared bicycle lane at the time he was killed. I also have several close friends who have been injured while riding in unprotected cycle lanes. One was serious enough that her recovery took over a year. Regardless of infrastructure, cyclists share the road, but with unprotected infrastructure, we unilaterally accept the risk and consequences of an accident, regardless of whether or not we are at fault. I want to express my appreciation for the steps the City of Vista has taken so far to install protected cycle lanes, and I want to reinforce that you are making a positive difference. I can echo statements by the prior speaker regarding proliferation. As an example, I now feel safe enough to begin cycling to work, and I feel comfortable enough that I'll be able to make it back home to my wife and dog at the end of the day. I'm just one example of many, and the truth is there's a huge pent-up cycling demand, and I applaud the city for rising to the moment to meet that demand preemptively. The key to successful protected cycle lanes and truly unlocking all that demand is continuity. I commend this council and all staff for their progress to date, and I fully support the additional proposed cycle lanes per the map on the site. But I would like to take it a big step further, and I would like to make other suggestions for further protected cycle lane expansion in the near future. Echoing points of the prior speaker, sections of Melrose that are currently unprotected. I just rode those about an hour ago, and I can say they would definitely benefit from it. Also, I'd like to recommend extending the protected bicycle lanes along Sycamore to the Buena Creek Sprinter Station in order to provide last mile access to the entirety of South Vista. Next, Civic Center Drive should also get protected cycle lanes from the Civic Center Sprinter Station to its northmost termination at Vista Village Drive. Additionally, protected cycle lanes should be implemented along, oh wait, I already covered that. And then finally, protected cycle lanes should run the length of Santa Fe Avenue to provide safe access to the downtown area. Through these changes, a robust network of cycling infrastructure can complement the Sprinter and North County Transit Department buses within Vista, providing both residents and visitors alike with a safe and fun way to get around within the city and surrounding suburbs and business districts. Thank you for your time.
Now we'll hear from Jim Kelly.
Thank you. I don't think most of us disagree that bike lanes serve a purpose. And I think if you drive around San Diego, you will see bike lanes everywhere. But the methodology of protected bike lanes that we have chosen to use appears somewhat different than most other places around. And I think the council should consider that, in that bike lanes, impact not only bikers, but everybody else, and especially in the area of Melrose. I wonder how we're going to do street sweeping in Melrose to keep our streets clean with those items there, unless you're going to buy a new street sweeper that's much smaller.
Okay, and now we'll go to Zoom. If you're waiting to speak on Zoom, if you would go ahead and turn your microphone on and be ready to speak when your name is called. We're going to hear first from Michelle Gonzalez, and then we'll go to the caller whose number ends in 5964, and then we'll hear from Ala Valdespino. Michelle Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Gonzalez, and I am a commuter who transits regularly by bike. My big sister, Andrea, a beautiful, smart, fun person, was a commuter too before she was fatally struck by an SUV in a crash, not an accident, as she rode her bike in front of a school that didn't have protected bike lanes back in 2023. I miss her every day and wish she would have made it back home that day in October. She was literally gonna get married the following month, and she had like all her life ahead of her. Ivy League graduate, just 2 doggies, me, and just a beautiful future ahead. But today I'm speaking in favor of the separated bikeways through Vista. People like my sister, myself, and everyone else deserves safe routes, and we all want our loved ones to make it back home safely. Removing existing infrastructure that protects the more vulnerable transit users would be a waste of taxpayer dollars and will result in dead people. If you don't want any of your constituents to die, you will keep and maintain the Vista bikeways, an infrastructure that encourages safe and sustainable transportation. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from the caller whose number ends in 5964. Caller, phone number.
Good evening.
There you are. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, council members. My name is Leslie Brazier, and I've lived in Shadow Ridge for 37 years. I have serious concerns related to the recently installed protected bike lanes on Melrose Drive, Longhorn Drive, and Sycamore Avenue. While the intent to enhance cyclist safety is commendable, the execution reflects a lack of thoughtful planning and community engagement. The current design appears to have been implemented hastily without fully considering the day-to-day realities of our roads and the diverse perspectives of road users. This has resulted in an infrastructure that undermines the very safety it aims to improve. The physical barriers pose a significant risk, not only to motorists, but ironically to the very cyclists they aim to protect. They narrow the lanes, restrict visibility, and could force cyclists into dangerously unpredictable maneuvers. It is clear that these installations were implemented without adequate consultation with traffic safety experts, first responders, or community stakeholders. Numerous studies, such as those from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, have shown that protected bike lanes, while beneficial in certain contexts, pose increased dangers where visibility is limited. Barriers positioned at intersections, driveways, and downhill slopes can block sight lines, increasing the risk of collisions. I've already witnessed one traffic accident where a car hit one of the barriers at night and was totaled. I have spoken to friends who are avid cyclists. They cycle all over Europe. And they have told me that they will no longer ride on Melrose because they consider the barriers hazardous. I've also witnessed kids on e-bikes weaving in and out of the barriers as if they were on an obstacle course. If your goal was to foster a safer environment, let's be honest, you have failed. This design creates confusion, and it's distracting with the green paint, vertical poles, and zebra-striped asphalt barriers. It also prevents motorists from being able to pull over in an emergency. Safety must be a shared, not siloed responsibility. And in my opinion, this was a siloed responsibility put forth by 3 of the council members. Infrastructure improvements should unite, not divide the community. I urge the council to immediately reassess this poorly thought out initiative and remove all of the barriers on Melrose, Longhorn, and Sycamore and halt any further installations. Thank you for your time.
Now we'll hear from Ala Valdespino, followed by Nicole.
All right. Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Ala Valdespino, and I'm speaking tonight as a resident who lives in and works in Vista, as well as an advocate, a bicycle educator, and someone who travels by bicycle in our city. I won't go into detail about, the benefits of bicycle infrastructure. I'm sure we're very well aware. But these Class 4 cycle tracks, incorrectly referred to as protected bike lanes, they offer a real viable option to travel or alternative to cars as well. So they're a critical piece of infrastructure for our city. I trust that our city engineers and planners are following nationally recognized design standards. The Class 4 cycle tracks being implemented thus far appear to follow NACDOT's bikeway design guide, including providing sufficient width for riders to travel side by side or to travel to safely pass one another. However, where conditions don't allow for adequate width, I'd suggest buffered bike lanes should be considered, especially on corridors with speed limits above 35 miles per hour. These Class 4 cycle tracks and buffered Class 2 bike lanes have been planned for and evaluated in many of these corridors as a part of Vista's bicycle master plan since 2015, 10 years ago. Rather than calling for the removal of bicycle infrastructure or rushing implementation without proper evaluation, we should focus on thoughtful, deliberate planning. One valuable tool that can be used in this type of engagement with the community is doing bicycle audits. And there's a resource offered by the AARP, which can be used by anyone, really. Additionally, I urge the city to clarify the application of California Vehicle Code Section 21208. Class 4 facilities are not legally considered bike lanes, and thus are not subject to this vehicle code. The city should explore how to ensure this code appropriately applies to promote safety, specifically in situations where hazards in the cycle track might impact cyclist behavior or where cyclists must prepare to move into a travel lane, such as when they're performing a left turn. I guess one way to kind of go around this is to make sure that protected intersections are implemented where the cycle tracks are, where cyclists are making left turns. But in general, let's not allow fear of change to block our progress towards building a resilient and inclusive city with real transportation choices. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your ongoing commitment to making Vista safer for everyone.
Next, we'll hear from Nicole, followed by Duncan Polony. Nicole?
Yes, good evening, Vista City Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Nicole Burgess, and I appreciate all of you for your support and active lifestyles, bike transportation, and a healthy future. I use my bike for transportation and appreciate all the benefits and joys of going by bike. It started 15 years ago that I led a bike train of 10, 11, 12-year-olds to their middle school in Point Loma. It was the highlight of our days, seeing friends, community, having fun, being active as we go to school. We did have to ride on a busy Nimitz Boulevard, very high-speed corridor, much like Melrose Avenue. So I'm here tonight because to speak in support of the installed and planned bike project on Melrose Avenue and ask you to please not remove the berms. Please trust your staff. Your staff is amazing, and we just heard how much you appreciate them. Sam and his team did a great job. We need to support them and what he has planned. It will work, and our safety should not be compromised by removing the berms and the negative comments that are being made. I listened to your last meeting and appreciate all the community comments. And then I came up to Vista and experienced the 14.3 miles through Vista yesterday with 3 experts from Bikeway Designs. Our main focal point, Melrose Avenue, and we took all the community comments into consideration. Where the cycle track is completed, it is amazing. It's actually fabulous. It is world class. It is great. It is safe. It is comfortable. It is exactly what we are looking for. And Sam and the transportation department did a great job ensuring safety is top priority. I'm grateful to see the transportation team connecting bikeways, specifically Melrose Avenue and the arterial streets. As a representative for the City of San Diego Mobility Board and a supporter of Families for Safe Streets, I am grateful to see this bikeway in person. This project creates safer streets for all road users, pedestrians, people on bikes, people on skateboards, people on scooters, and yes, people in cars. Reducing lanes, reducing width of lanes will create safer conditions. It's how we engineer our streets. It creates less collisions and gets Vista closer to the Vision Zero goals. Please do not take away the berms. The berms make this corridor feel safe. It makes it a comfortable place to ride. I want all your students in this community to be able to go to school by bike, and they have this opportunity now with this bike way. Please support them. Please support our youth and the future of e-bikes. A wonderful way to move through our community.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Duncan Poling, followed by Ian Hembree. Duncan Poling.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, and thank you, excellent city staff. I want to express my gratitude and appreciation for the work that all of you do. Under your stewardship, this city is becoming an even better place to live, and I'm looking forward to calling Vista my home for many more years to come. It's a great place to live, and my family and I really like it here. This project is one that's near and dear to me. I live in District 1. I commute by bike to work through District 1, District 3, and District 4, and primarily that commute is on Melrose. I've been riding this commute for about 15 years now, and I can honestly say this has made me feel very safe. It is by no means perfect. I can agree with some of the previous comments that there could be some improvements made to it. I don't want to dismiss some of those comments, but I also, as one of our previous speakers mentioned, we should do what we can not to make perfect get in the way of good or very good. And I think this is very good. I think this is a step in the right direction, and this infrastructure is an improvement upon our roadways. I'm also a motorist. I don't only ride my bike on the roads, but as a motorist, I can attest that I don't find these to be a risk or a hazard as a motorist. Not only are there multiple lanes to travel in, you don't have to ride your car directly on top of these berms and these pillars, but also I can appreciate some of the criticisms that it's not exactly the prettiest thing to look at, but then again, that might be part of the point. They're designed to be visible. They're designed to attract attention, and that is personally what I find has made these new infrastructure make me feel safer on the road, because it helps me feel more seen. I think it serves as a physical reminder that part of the road is not where cars are supposed to be. That is for bicycles, and it reminds people in cars to share the road with people on bicycles. With regards to concerns from fellow cyclists that these infrastructure are unsafe, that also, I don't want to be dismissive of that. I can appreciate there's cyclists of all different levels and abilities, and I could understand that maybe some of those concerns are genuine, but personally, I find that to be a rather disingenuous and perhaps misinformed criticism of this infrastructure. The lane is extremely wide. As mentioned by another speaker, it's wide enough for 2 cyclists to ride side by side. And any risk that you might suffer by running into those berms is a risk that already exists on every city street. If you look to your right, there is a similar sized curb that presents a...
Okay, now we'll hear from Ian Hembree, followed by Matthew Mahon. Ian Hembree.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Ian Hembree, and I am the Advocacy and Community Manager with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition. I want to begin by thanking this council and city staff for their efforts in creating bicycle facilities that make everyone safer. Having ridden around the city yesterday, there is a clear desire to make Vista a place where people can get around safely by bike, by walking, or by driving. The city's transportation staff has created a ton of amazing bike corridors that connect where people live with where they want to go. And they did this affordably. Similar projects in other cities cost double, if not more, per mile. When discussing the potential of degrading the quality of these bikeways tonight, I want you to think about the potential consequences of that choice. First, people who would choose to get on their bike with safer infrastructure may not do so. This goes against the stated goals of the Vista General Plan and the Bicycle Master Plan. It would also rob people of the choice and freedom to get on their bike without fear of a vehicle veering into the bike lane and killing them. Second, people who choose not to ride on the less safe bikeways will instead choose to ride on the sidewalk. This opens up potential for conflicts to arise when faster moving bikes navigate the same space as pedestrians. Third, every single guidance document that exists in this space, whether it be from the federal government, the state government, or the National Association of City Transportation Officials, recommends separated bikeways on roadways with high levels of speed and volume. If any section of an existing separated bikeway were to be reduced in quality to a standard bike lane, there is the possibility that you've opened yourself up to legal liability if a crash occurs there. You should consider consulting with your city attorney before making that decision. Fourth, it would be a clear indication to your constituents that amazing plans, which have been in the works for more than a decade at this point, can be whittled down, ripped out, and scrapped at a moment's notice without any proper evaluation. After our ride yesterday, we identified a number of potential improvements the council should consider, improvements that are in the Bike Master Plan and would make Vista a safer place to travel around. We ask that the council use whatever money that would be spent removing safe infrastructure and spend on these improvements instead. First, protected bikeways should extend north of Breeze Hill Road on Melrose through the Caltrans right-of-way and SR 78 interchanges. This includes a large stretch of southbound Melrose Drive where sharrows are still present on a multi-lane segment with a speed limit of 40+ miles per hour. This was a harrowing experience to travel on as a vulnerable road user and is a gap in the network. Second, left turns at unsignalized intersections along Melrose, particularly where the cross streets have poor visibility, should have a median which prevents left turns and implements a safer right in, right out condition. Third, providing conflict striping at intersections where Class 2 bike lanes change into Class 4 bike lanes. And fourth, installing lead pedestrian intervals at intersections with high pedestrian and bicycle traffic, which allows pedestrians and bicyclists to enter the intersection before motor vehicles, reducing collisions and near misses by making them more visible and the roadway safer. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Matthew Mann.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, council, so much for the opportunity to speak. I don't have any fancy statistics or studies to cite. I'm just a guy that bikes to work day in 3 or 4 times a week in District 4 on South Melrose. And I'll just telling you from experience that I now feel much safer going back and forth to work. I want to speak to the motorists that there's a lot of naysayers in the community about the berms and the beams and the potentials for damage to their cars. That's the point. The point is for the cars to slow down. They're there to be seen, for the cars to slow down and for us to be safer in the bike lane. I just want to thank the council for making the bold move to put these bike lanes in place. We don't need these everywhere. As I mentioned on the last meeting, Vista's not Amsterdam. We don't need them up and down Shadow Ridge. I think you've put them in very strategic points. South Melrose is a freeway. I can hear cars drag racing out there during the day and all night long. But I'll keep my comments short. Again, I just want to thank you, the council, for putting the lanes there. I feel safer as a cyclist, and that's all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. We will now close the opportunity for public comment on this item. Councilmember Fox.
Oh, the floor is still mine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Rodon.
Appreciate it. One, thank you to all the public speakers tonight. I really do appreciate it. The emails, I've read every single one that I've received, even if I hadn't had a chance to get back to you. I appreciate all the public comment, both on social media and via email. And like I said earlier, text message. I've had multiple phone calls with residents. I've talked to, just in the last 3 weeks, I've talked to our traffic deputies, our firefighters, I've talked to local cyclists, I've talked to Sandag engineers, engineers from neighboring cities, San Diego Bike Coalition, Swami Cycling Club, city engineers. I talked to Dr. V from Rancho Buena Vista High School as well. I've spoke with members from EDCO. I've also reviewed all the community feedback that I have received. So when I tell you that I have taken the time to make this decision that I've made, I really have. And it's been diligent, and I've tried to weigh not just community feedback, but the expert opinion that comes with some of the concerns that were brought forward. I will just tell you, in the past 3 weeks when I've been on the road, and this is only when I'm driving, to all the people that tell me that there are no cyclists on the road, I counted 48 e-bikes, 43 cyclists that were not riding e-bikes, as well as 2 scooters. I've also seen about an additional 10 individuals that were riding on the sidewalk, so that's a valid concern that continues to be brought up of individuals not using the infrastructure as it's intended. But I've also seen more families with children on the back of their bikes riding since this infrastructure was implemented as well. So if the idea is to make the public feel safer and get more people out, that is working, and that is the intended purpose of them, and to keep them safe. But I'm just going to go over some of the things that I have found in the discussions that I've had. There are many cyclists that are actually in favor of the berms and protected lanes. They've said it absolutely provides additional safety while still maintaining the ability to navigate through the lanes. The Class 4 lanes as constructed provide protection and ensure that drivers stay alert to the surroundings. I've had others, though, that said that the expansion and contraction of the width of the lane causes issues for tandem rides, debris that can potentially fall in. And again, this is just specific to the area that I'm speaking of, because there is a lot of tree canopy with pine needles that can get into the bike lanes. But lanes that the debris that falls in the lanes do pose a serious threat, specifically on the areas of egress. When I've talked to first responders, they do have serious concerns in areas that receive the highest call volumes related to peak traffic hours, specifically on South Melrose, where peak hours can last from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. Deputies that I spoke with from our traffic deputies team, they shared concerns about the inability to pull individuals over on certain stretches of the road due to a lack of shoulder. When I spoke to Dr. V from RBV, there was a lot of people that were concerned about parking during graduation. Not only did I not receive one complaint, our staff did not receive one complaint, neither did the principal of the school. So that is not a valid concern to raise. I'm going to tell you right now that all of the infrastructure that's been put in on Longhorn is going to remain. It is meant to be a safe pathway for the children to get to school. I've talked to our first responders about navigating that area in a worst-case scenario of both sides being backed up, heading north and south, which I have never seen in the 8.5 years I've lived in the city. But if it were to occur, they can easily navigate so long as people pull over to the position that they're supposed to pull over. I spoke to a Sandag engineer who actually applauded the design, so I just want to say to Greg and Sam and all those that worked on this, while I understand that the public feedback may not be in your favor, I do appreciate the work that went into this. I do not think that there are flaws in the design. I think that there are flaws that in the rollout and the implementation, and that is not on you, that is on this council. And so I just want to say thank you for the work that you did on these and that you continue to do, and the feedback that I have gotten from you even today right before this meeting started. The Sandag engineer, though, not only did he applaud it, but he said there are a million scenarios of what if that can both be positive and negative, and so, but believes that the design is safe, but also understands that there are areas of concerns that need to be reviewed, and understands why the berms may be removed at some point. When I spoke to EDCO, they also shared valid concerns, especially in the areas along Melrose that have residential areas where people put out trash cans. Trash cans do blow over when they are empty. People kick them over. If you've looked at the cones going down Melrose, I can assure you that many of them are not from a car hitting it. It's probably from somebody either walking or riding by. The majority of individuals on the e-bikes that I've seen, and I'm not blaming any of the youth for doing this, but I know that when I was a youth, I didn't always do the correct thing when riding my bike. But there are a lot of parking cones that have been kicked over that are meant to draw attention and give visibility to the berms that are in place. But EDCO shared that, and when a cyclist hits one of those cans, if they're in that pathway, it can cause a lot of damage, and they have received many lawsuits, I'm assuming, over that time frame. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought it to my attention. An engineer I spoke with from Encinitas said the design, while bold, is not flawed, and that the research that was done that was brought forward to this council at the May 28th meeting does not hold merit because it was not peer-reviewed. They also shared with me that the ridership along the 101 did not go down, despite the fact that seasoned cyclists began using the connection between, along the 5 that ran between Encinitas and Solana Beach. So ridership actually went up along the coast, which may have led to some more incidents that you see. So something that's important to take note in any study that you do is the volume of which the ridership exists. So when you're bringing that information forward, or when people try and use that statistical data, which is not validated to prove the point, I just want to say that ridership actually increased when the infrastructure was put in. I had the opportunity to ride with Councilmember Contreras in District 1. I don't have concerns over there because I think that it is very valuable and needed infrastructure, especially in many of the areas that are there. The topography that exists in the other areas of the city do not exist in District 4. District 4 is very hilly. There's a lot of different things that go against the implementation or the success of some of these berms. But with that being said, again, I just want to thank all of the public that reached out to me. I had one individual share a concern that none of the emails were mentioned that get added to the public record. I assure you they do get read by this entire council. They get shared with us. I apologize for not bringing them up in the previous meeting when these were discussed, but I've also had the opportunity to speak with many of the people that have emailed me. I've sat down with somebody who used to live in San Francisco where they rode their bike and they've told me 100,000 miles. I'd like him to prove that, but at the same time, I appreciate his feedback because I can tell you he is not someone that voted for me, but he did take the time to meet with me multiple times to discuss this issue, as he is a seasoned rider. As I stated before, I do value community feedback, but I also value expert opinion when weighing the community feedback with what the reality of the situation is. And so I've taken all of the information that I have compiled over the last 4 weeks, talking to the many entities and stakeholders and individuals that are experts in this field, coupled with community feedback to come up with the decisions that we've made or that I've made regarding the bike lanes in District 4. I also do still have concerns with the implementation on East Vista Way. I've had first responders reach out to me. We did ride East Vista Way. None of the implementation has been put in there. I'm not going to speak for Councilmember Contreras, but I can tell you there are definitely areas that I did not feel safe riding a bike. It is very narrow on the bike lanes in certain pockets. So I understand why somebody would want them there, but I will not be supporting implementation of that infrastructure on East Vista Way. And it's not just because of first responders, but there is a median going in the center lane. And until that is complete, I don't think that we can truly get an idea of what that infrastructure will look like. So I'd like to wait until after that has taken place. And so, I mean, those are all my comments. I mean, I don't want to delay this any further, but I want everybody to know that I've really taken the time to look into what exactly is going on with the berms and talk to people that work in multiple fields to address some of the concerns that are there and validate some of the concerns from the community and also invalidate some of the concerns from the community based on information I've gotten from experts in the field. So with that, I'm going to provide a motion. With the exception, and my motion will begin with this, with the exception of striping and green paint, I'd like to pause the entirety of the project on East Vista Way until the completion of the installation of the center raised medians on both the east and west sides of the street, and we can revisit after the completion and upon council's discretion to review them at a later date to see if we would like to implement them once that is done. On South Melrose Drive, all berms south of Hacienda Drive to the southern city boundary will be removed. On South Melrose Drive, both east and west sides, all delineators will be removed. On South Melrose Drive, delineators will remain in place from Sunset Drive to Buena Vista Drive. So that the previous one is on South Melrose Drive, both east and west sides, all delineators will be removed up to Sunset. And the next one was on South Melrose Drive. Delineators will remain in place from Sunset Drive to Buena Vista Drive. On South Melrose Drive, from Shadow Ridge Drive to the southern city boundary, all delineators will remain in place with the exception of a segment that is 575 feet both north and south of Green Oak Road, where delineators are to be removed. And then on Sycamore Avenue, all the delineators will remain, but all berms will be removed. That is the entirety of my motion. And I will look forward to council comment.
Does staff have a copy of that motion in writing?
They do.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that to distribute to the remainder of the council?
I have this one.
Okay. You want to pass it down so we can take a look at it?
The only exception on that copy, Mayor?
Yeah.
So on that copy, as I had pointed out, where it says South Melrose, it is supposed to be to Sunset on one of the bullet points. So just for clarification for the council.
And just so we're clear, so this is removing more than we voted to remove last time.
Correct.
And this doesn't add in any place that we hadn't already planned.
Correct.
Okay. I think I could support that. Yes, sure. Yeah, I think we do have requests for copies. Councilmember Fox.
Perfect. Yeah, so this is probably the most notes, one of the biggest items that I've worked on so far. Like Councilmember O'Donnell, I met with a lot of, I think, the same people and the same experts, same stakeholders. And we had a lot of community feedback about this project. Plenty of concerns across the board. Probably some are valid, probably some are not so valid. So I wanted to make sure I check with the people that do this for a living and see which ones are and which ones aren't. So I made a list of some of them that were actually confirmed with some of the experts. So the biggest one and the most important one to me is the difficulty that emergency vehicles have in areas where the delineators go in and there is a central median. And so when Councilmember O'Donnell was mentioning on East Vista Way, that was one of the locations on East Vista Way where there isn't currently a median. So I looked into that area to see if maybe that would be a place where they would work well. But recently in one of our last meetings, we voted to add a median there. So that one kind of it changed a little bit. That we already have some reports of vehicles striking some of them and vehicles being totaled from them already. We did have some feedback that traffic deputies, it's hard to shoot speed and catch speeders on some of these roads. They do remove a decent amount of street parking on certain roads where there is street parking. I also had that meeting with EDCO, and there was two concerns that I got from it. One was you do have to put the trash cans on the outside of the bike lane, so you'd have road, trash can, bike lane. And that means that for trash pickup days, then the trash trucks will have to drive in the lane to pick up the trash. And then when the trash cans are empty, as a large vehicle like a box truck or something goes back, it actually can create a vortex which sucks them into the road. And so they've had examples of that in the past, and the sight of or the picture of that was a little terrifying. The additional waste in the different bike lanes was something that was brought up by different community members. Even today, I had two different community members tell me that they've seen an increase, bicyclists see that they've seen an increase of debris. Actually, a lot of it was in the District 4 with the pine needles and things that you mentioned. So, and that in combination with the street sweeping costs, I did learn that we do have a thinner street sweeper that can fit in some of them, and in some of them they would not be able to fit. So we do have a solution for that, but of course, it does take more often street sweeping and also more expensive street sweeping because you have to have different devices and everything. So so with those concerns, I think it is important that we take care of our cyclists, that we try to make sure that cycling is a safe option for people to get around our city. With our bicycle, the inland rail trail for bicycles is actually a really great thing that we have that goes through a lot of Vista. And so having access to that safely from our neighborhoods is actually, that's a very valid thing to want to do. So, I went back and I looked at a lot of the roads in both District 2 and across the rest of the city, and kind of balance that with these concerns to see which ones were actually they were applicable to. East Vista Way in particular, as Councilmember Donald said, was actually called out by name due to the fire station that's right on that road. It's actually the fire station that serves the largest area of the city of Vista, and so having any kind of backup in traffic could be deadly to people having heart attacks and the ambulance not being able to reach them. So, when we're talking about safety concerns, and we're talking about saving the lives of cyclists, which is a very, I think, a very valid and noble goal, and I think something we should absolutely try to do. We need to, what are the downsides? And if it creates more deaths with heart attacks and things like that, with the number of calls we have, you have to, it's not like a solution where there's a perfect answer there. So there is Beaubier. Beaubier is also another one where, Vista High is on that road. So it's a road where, there's probably a lot of students that would like to ride their bikes to school. And so I think that's a very, a road that would benefit highly from safer bike lanes. But that was a place where there's another raised median for a lot of it in District 2 at least. And it also has street parking down pretty much the entire road next to the Mesa Garden Apartments, dozens, 100 spots or so. My dad lived in those apartments, and there's not a single guest parking spot in the entire apartment facility. So there was 1 or 2 times that I tried to park in there, and I had my car on a tow truck within 15 minutes. I don't know how they're so quick at it. If they have one just sitting in there waiting for you, I have no idea how they do that. But I started parking there on Beaubier in one of the spots. Luckily, he had a gate next to his unit. So I think that if we remove that parking, there's not really a good option for those cars. And it is something that I'm very concerned about. There's, with roads like, Taylor and Olive, there's a lot of residential homes that and of course that little short stretch of South Melrose where there's homes that go right onto the road there. That's where there's that concern about the trash cans being pulled in, and a lot of residential parking typically. So basically, most roads that I looked at, checked at least 1 or 2 of the boxes. So I can see why people have some concerns and they are valid concerns. So all that being said, I tried to think of what would be the best option and what should we do as a council moving forward. And I think that proverb of haste makes waste that was brought up earlier is actually something we should think about, because typically when we do a project at this scale, a lot of times we do something like a pilot program to test to see how it actually affects our community. These things are not universal where they work really well in some places and they don't work as well in others. And so I think it's really important that we as a city make sure that we're putting them in the right places and that they're not going to have that these concerns that are valid concerns, see how they actually play out in practice. So what I think would be the best thing is for us to, instead of removing specific roads from this list, is we more find a couple roads that would make a good pilot project and put them into those areas for a duration of maybe 12 to 18 months and see what the effects of those are if these concerns are valid. There are a couple areas such as North Santa Fe, Taylor, some in District 4, but we already heard about some of the issues on those that were confirmed that do already have these protected bike lanes. So I think rather than necessarily tearing them out, maybe finding some roads that, putting those into the list of potential ones for pilot programs. But if there's any other roads that people have, that the council believes would be good additions to that list, I think that's the direction that I'd recommend going, but I'm obviously open to hearing the rest of the council.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. Councilmember Fox, I would ask you the question, considering the factors that you laid for where you don't want to see them, I'm actually not sure where you do want to see them. Because I think any road that you point to is going to be part of the list of things that you don't want. So I'm having a hard time taking your comment that you do want to see it, because I can't in my mind picture a road or a street where you would want to have it. So I don't know if you have any off the top of your head where you do want to see that. I'll go ahead and give you some time to respond.
Right. I think that when I was going through the list, pretty much every road checked at least one box. So I think what it is finding the ones that check the least boxes if we're going to do a pilot program and rolling them out in those. And that was something that I would hope to have some feedback on if there's specific ones that we think check the fewest boxes there, or things where places like where there isn't a median in the middle of the road for the emergency vehicles, or ones that you see the greatest need, or maybe that outweighs some of those concerns, that we can test some of those concerns and see if they actually play out in practice.
Okay, I'm going to just give you the homework with coming up with that because you have the issue with it. So I honestly, I'm not sure which segment. So you could tell me, but it doesn't sound like you have any idea at this point. So maybe in the future you can bring that forward. I think it's really important that we maintain safety for all users on our road. We have seen that with the implementation of the protected bike lanes. We had plenty of speakers today. We've had a lot of additional comments that folks do feel safer. We're seeing more and more folks riding their bike. I really hesitate with removing safety. I have to go back to even what the captain said about engineering being foundational. Most of our roadways, unfortunately, have been based on 4 hours a day of peak traffic, right? 4 to 6 hours. The remaining time, these wide roads create a racetrack. Beaubier is one of those places. Honestly, I think Beaubier doesn't need to have 2 lanes on each side. I think Beaubier could be reconstructed in a way. I was talking to City Manager Conley that median is extremely wide. It seems to be more than the length of an actual lane. We are going to have a community park that goes into there. We have a school, several schools. I think it's really necessary for this council to not just give lip service to safe routes to school, but understand how we're going to commit roadway design that is engineered so that it is safe at all times for all users. And I just don't hear that commitment coming from the council at this point. Beaubier is one of those areas where if we reconstructed it, it would probably be a lot safer if we had, more roundabouts, if we had maybe a cycle track on the side of Vista High School, which is technically your district, up to the high school. So, I would love to hear that there is a passion for engineering our roadways in a safer manner. I think that we've taken extraordinary steps to do that, and I'm not convinced that there really is a desire from this council to have more implementation that is going to improve the roadway design for all users. I'm committed to this project. I'm committed to safety for everybody on our roads. I ride around Vista and I know how difficult it is. During traffic congestion, I've on many occasions have beat the person back to my house that was taking a car. In incidences where there's not congestion, I might not make it back because cars are going that fast and they're right next to you. So, I've had a lot of close calls and I haven't been cycling, for as many years as some other folks have. When I went to school in Santa Barbara, that's when I started cycling a lot. And when I came back, I thought, I could just pick up the habit, and it was just completely unsafe. Now I can easily ride to downtown. But that experience that I have, not everybody in the city gets to share that at this moment. So I'm not for going backwards on progress and safety on our roads.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate all the comments from the public today. I really believe that the public's attentiveness on this matter will be, will continue because this is their environment, right? Our public streets are very important to everyone, whether you're driving a car or riding a bike or you're pushing your kid in your stroller. It's really important for us as a city to provide safe infrastructure for you. I'm not satisfied with the motion at this moment. I think it is a little bit extreme to conduct a removal without some experts being available to provide us perspective from city staff in particular. I'm hearing statements about emergency vehicles. I'm hearing statements about speed enforcement, and none of that information has been presented to the council. As I survey our current infrastructure, I have seen and I ponder, where are the areas where I could pull over, right, if an emergency vehicle is driving behind me? Or where can I pull over if I'm being pulled over for a ticket? And I absolutely can identify those locations. And had I known the nature of this conversation in advance and to know what areas were to be in jeopardy for removal, I would have liked to be able to present to my council members and say, this is the length of Melrose that I travel frequently, and here would be my plan of where I would pull over. So I think that type of mapping is important. We heard from the captain, engineering, enforcement, and education. And the same goes for all modes of transportation, right? Whether you're driving a car, riding a bike, there are rules that you have to follow. I appreciate the comments being brought up about operations related to EDCO, right? I think that any new infrastructure, whether it's a roundabout, whether it's a new housing development, or even a protected bike lane, that may impact current operations. But changes to operations, we can adjust to those. That does not necessarily warrant removal. So I really do want to appreciate, Councilmember O'Donnell, you being so dedicated to investigating every problem area and wanting to ensure that this rollout is appropriate. I think that here on this council, we're all committed to safety, especially around schools. And I would say that one thing that's very clear in your motion is that Breeze Hill Elementary is not going to have protected bike lanes if this motion were to go forward. So that's a big concern to me. I want to make sure that our school, whether you're a grade school aged youth or you're a high school aged youth, you're part of a family, I want to make sure that the areas around our school are the most protected spaces in our community. And your first item, or your item here, South Melrose, all berm south of Hacienda to southern city boundary to be removed. First of all, that's a significant amount of infrastructure to be removed. And the complaints based on public safety and a number of other items that you brought forward, I still think we need time to investigate those, on top of the fact that it's right in front of the school. And I really do want to make sure that if kids want to bike around their school, that they have the safest opportunity to do that. So at the very least, in order to even consider supporting some of these items, I would ask that you reconsider the zones around schools, because we need people to drive slowly there anyhow. And enforcement comes through engineering at times. So that would be the second item on your motion. And then also, I see that there is a concern about East Vista Way. And I appreciate that. I've been stuck in traffic before on East Vista Way where there's been an accident and the traffic has been diverted onto another road because, there's been a detour because it's just completely backed up and shut down because of an accident. And that's without any protected bike lanes. So I want to make it really clear, whether the curb is on a bike lane or the curb is on the sidewalk, you're not getting an emergency apparatus through there, right? You're not going to have an emergency vehicle fitting in the bike lane anyhow. So I'm really not sure. I think we really need to have a frank conversation with our fire department to understand, not just theoretically, right, but actually where the curb is, does that make a difference in you getting your apparatus through? And I honestly, I can't imagine a fire apparatus getting through to an emergency call through the bike lane anyhow. So I wonder what's stopping us from protecting the bike lane in that scenario. The middle median, right, may make an impact on that, but some of the areas that you're describing on Melrose, Councilmember O'Donnell, have a lot of lane space, 2 lanes on either side and a center lane. That is sufficient amount of space for emergency vehicles. And like I said, there is sufficient space on either side with the berms for people to pull over if they're being pulled over or pull over in the case of an emergency vehicle. So I do think that, in order to support these items and make modifications, I think we're going to have more robust conversations. We have multiple departments that could speak to this, none of which we've heard from tonight. So I'm very hesitant to remove investment from the community around schools and in areas that may be okay for our first responders, right? But I haven't seen those investigations come to light. I also am curious about Sycamore Avenue. I appreciate your response, Councilmember O'Donnell, that you want to do right by your constituency. Could you maybe jump in here and tell me a little bit more about Sycamore and, understanding a little bit of the infrastructure there? I'd say it's plenty wide and should be able to accommodate emergency vehicles. You don't have as many front-facing properties. What is the concern about Sycamore?
So even with Sycamore, it is plenty wide at the moment, but when you add in the infrastructure that's been added in, you still cannot pull all the way over. But there's also a heavy use of commercial over there. So you have a lot of trucks that go through that entire area. So with the infrastructure as it's currently there, and information I've gotten back from many cyclists, they also say, given what's on there on the ingress, they would love to have the infrastructure. And not the berms, just the delineators. So this is not just compiled based on traffic data or emergency vehicles. This is actually sitting down, talking to cyclists about the safety issues that they see that may arise while traversing the area.
Okay.
And so with the feedback I received from them, they said it's a perfect spot to remove the berms, but leave the delineators to keep that separation. Because it still allows them to exit if need be, and then enter back into. And it's also consistent.
Okay. I think we're hearing both, right? I feel like we're hearing from different factions of cyclists, right? Those who want us to preserve the infrastructure that we've established and those who are interested in modifications. So I really would like to hear what you have to say about the area from South Melrose. I mean, you're recommending from South Melrose, the entirety of South Melrose Drive to not have protected berms. And I think that that is a disadvantage to the areas around schools. And it means that that entire roadway doesn't benefit from this infrastructure. Could you speak to the areas around schools?
Sure. So over near RBV, there actually are no berms. They were specifically not put in to make sure that we could alleviate for any drop-off or pickup that takes place, which was taken away on Longhorn. I may be incorrect, but I thought Breeze Hill in front of the school that there was enough complaints driven by the community that we actually removed those berms already, so that infrastructure does not exist.
We haven't removed them yet, but they are planned to be removed based on complaints we got from Breeze Hill Elementary.
So even with this motion, whether it's the intention of it or not, those are already planned to be removed, regardless of whether this motion passes.
So would you describe the areas within District 4 that would retain the berms, or are you
The only area in District 4 that would retain them is Longhorn.
Okay, so there are berms along Longhorn.
Correct.
Okay. So what I would hope to see in this process is for us to hear from the various departments that have been involved in this planning, our fire department, our sheriff's department, and engineering to speak to those specific concerns. That all in an effort to make sure that the rollout is effective in other areas. Are we going to have to change operations and make considerations because of EDCO? What are the sincere areas of concerns with first responders or law enforcement, right? Those are things that we have not heard in this meeting, and so that's something that I would like to see. You might have a second on this item. I'm not sure I can support it yet without having that testimony available to me. But what would be your thoughts on continuing these discussions and being able to take a little bit more time before we conduct a removal?
I appreciate the request, and that's exactly why I did not wrap up every district into this motion. I've taken, like I said, the last 4 weeks to have these conversations with people in these industries and the experts in these fields, and that's why I've narrowed it down just to these specific locations. I mean, I think it would be disingenuous of me to sit there and say, after I told everybody that what works in 1, 2, and 3 may not work in District 4, to try and make a blanket motion wouldn't suffice, because you haven't had the same conversations that I've had. The information hasn't been available for the other districts. I'm going simply off of the information based specifically on areas of my own district, with the exception of East Vista Way, because it was brought forward to us as a concern.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, and I do think that there are areas that do apply, right? That this type of infrastructure can apply to areas like Melrose. It can apply to areas like Sycamore, to Olive, to South Santa Fe, to East Vista Way. So I do appreciate Councilmember Fox's comments about not making universal statements. And I think the same can be said about, in reference to, just hearing comments from my fellow council members about how it's become difficult for our law enforcement to catch speeders, right? That is a universal statement that I really do not believe applies. I've not seen evidence of that. So, as much as I appreciate the due diligence, right, that you have done, it's hard for me to back an item that I haven't been able, and the public has not been privy to have certain information. So that would be my comment for now.
Councilmember Contreras. Oh, Councilmember Fox.
Very good. Yeah, so I know that was a lot of the same concerns. I met with a lot of the same people and heard a lot of the same feedback. So that's why I'm pretty supportive of your motion personally. I think that with the rest, with North Vista, with a lot of the different areas up here, that's why I wasn't calling to halt it entirely, but just to utilize some of the locations as a pilot program and then revisit it after we can get the feedback from a lot of those stakeholders. Because you're right, at this point, we did a lot of specific research in our districts and with stakeholders that we thought would be, who would be able to confirm some of these concerns that we've heard from the community. Because, we've all received the hundreds of emails, of concerns, and, some of them were pretty out there. And so, I wanted to see which ones were reasonable and which ones weren't. So, and I think if we're going to do something like a pilot program, and, the duration of that, I think, can be up for debate as well. There's already some stretches that have them built in on North Santa Fe and Taylor. So, I think those are roads that I think would, that actually, and I think luckily with North Santa Fe, there's a lot of that doesn't have the center divider. And while Taylor has the issue with residences right on the road, they're already in. So we can, it's one place where we could potentially do something like, treat this pilot program. And again, we usually pilot pretty much every major infrastructure thing that we do. Like we just did that with the solar streetlights and a lot of that very successfully, and now we're rolling it out citywide. And so I think that I see no reason that this shouldn't follow a similar path. And and maybe that also gives us time to talk about East Beaubier and some of the potential things we could do traffic-wise, rather, to make that street safer for the schools, that might not remove all the parking for the residents and protect bike lanes, maybe putting the bike lane on the sidewalk, something like that. There's plenty of options out there, but we don't have that opportunity if we rush it. If we go into it and we just decide, this is the thing we're doing, we're going to install all of them regardless of what feedback we get. I think that's when we do that, that's when we have to start walking things back and tearing things out, which is obviously not something we want to do very often. So I would still lean towards pausing as much of the program as possible, tearing out as little as possible, using the things that are in there as the existing lanes as a pilot program to see the rest of the city. I back Councilmember O'Donnell's the research he did on those ones is in particular. They've been in there for a little while, and he spoke with the people, got the feedback, and saw the valid concerns. And so rather than having to do that citywide where we put them in, then get the feedback, and then have to tear everything out, I think it's just better that we take our time and do it right. So that's all I have to say for now.
Councilmember Fox, did you second this motion?
I haven't yet, because I was trying to figure out if we could do something with the pilot program piece of it. But if Councilmember O'Donnell is friendly to that,
I appreciate that. I am still steadfast in my belief that council members from their own districts know their districts best. And so for me, again, to pause this project citywide, especially after I drove a road in District 1, the infrastructure in my mind in District 1 was very necessary and needed. And so I can't support pausing it in other areas of the city. Like I said, District 4 is very unique in relation to topography and relation to the way these lanes are designed and the areas that they're in. And so based on the feedback that I've gotten from the individuals I've spoken to, that's why I've made the motion in the manner in which I've made it. So I would not accept an amendment to the motion, but I do appreciate where you're coming from.
Yeah, you're still recognized.
okay. Would you be open to adding Beaubier in particular as a pilot or to wait until we, not as to cancel the project there, but to wait and see until the other areas?
So the concern about parking on Beaubier, I don't disagree with, but I will tell you that is an area of the city in which I felt it was very necessary. There's also an existing bike lane infrastructure there that if people are utilizing correctly, they shouldn't be driving in it or being over that far anyway. But also, I think that it will provide safety in that particular corridor and that route. I think Councilmember Contreras brings up an excellent point of the width of that area and the potential to reimagine what it can look like over there. I know that that's a long way out, maybe even when we're not on this council, but yeah, I mean, I put a lot of thought into the motion that I've made, so I'm not really willing to amend it in any way.
Councilmember Fox, I share your desire to see the motion pause all future, not planned, approved, but not yet installed berms and bollards. But seeing that there's not support for that, and given that staff is in agreement that this does not install any new berms or bollards, it only removes those that have been installed or are planned to be installed, correct?
If you're referring to the motion that's on the table, there would still be additional berms and delineators installed.
Yes, but this motion doesn't add any new that have not already been authorized.
That's correct.
Okay, so this only is reducing the number.
That's correct.
Okay, so I am for the reduction. So I will second your motion, though I wish we were taking them all out. I do agree. I've always, since I was a district councilman, I've always thought council members should have more, more purview, more say over their own areas. In this case, I think you're listening to your constituents. I think there's a lot of people in districts 1 and 3 that would like to see these gone too, but we've debated this for well over a couple of hours now in aggregate. If there are 3 votes for your motion, maybe we could move on because we have about 4 other discussion items. So I don't know if that would be okay with everybody, but if it would, I don't know that we're going to do a lot of changing each other's minds on this. So without dragging out the charts, tables, and witnesses again, would it be okay if we were to vote on this and get to a few other pieces of business? Is that all right with everyone? Okay. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Okay. All right. That's why I asked. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand, my council members might not be in a position to have their minds changed as they have come forward with their minds decided on this. But I want to make it clear to the public that I came into this meeting not certain what I would be voting for because I was ready to hear from my council members. And I do appreciate the interest in serving your constituency. But I do want to make it clear that in this motion, it does not just extend to District 4 or to District 2, but it does extend to District 3 because a portion of District 3 exists between Hacienda and nearly to Sunset. And those residents will not be able to benefit from protected bike lane infrastructure. And I would say that that is a great disadvantage. Within your motion, Councilmember O'Donnell, that also includes removing ballards, is that correct?
Are you talking about up to Sunset from Hacienda? In that stretch, it does, and that's consistency across both sides of the street, but also on the west side facing, or the west side portion of Melrose, I believe there's a limited infrastructure that's even been put in. So it's not really removing that much, and I think that was done strategically based on, and maybe Sam can correct me or Greg can correct me on this, if it was done because of the residential area or just the way the street lays out with a bus route or whatever it might be. But on both sides, there's actually somewhat limited infrastructure.
There are gaps on either side from Hacienda to Sunset. And I don't have specific questions for you on that, Sam, unless the council member wants clarification. But it appears at this point, if this were to pass, which I believe it will, that the remaining projects would essentially be a pilot program. Because the north side of Melrose will benefit from these protected bike lanes, Santa Fe, Beaubier, Olive, and some other choice locations, but this does not extend universally to the entire city. And so I do want to make it clear to the public that when we are offering protected bike infrastructure, it is going to be limited to certain areas based on the decisions here tonight. And perhaps there will be a time in the future where residents and constituents come to you and say, hey, I want what they have. And I hope that we're able to provide it for them at that time. But I don't have any questions for you now, Sam, but thank you for the conversation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That motion passes with 3 in favor and 2 opposed. And if there's no objection from the council, I would like to try and take care of some of the people who have been waiting patiently and have large groups of people to speak. So if no one minds, I'd like to take items D4 and D5 and then come back to D2, if that's okay. Okay, hearing no objection, we'll move on to item D4. And we'll ask our Assistant City Manager, Imelda Huerta, to come forward. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Assistant City Manager, Imelda Huerta, will introduce this item.
Thank you.
Yes, this is D4.
Oh, yes, D4.
Sorry for the...
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Again, my name is Imelda Huerta, Assistant City Manager. This discussion item recommends an agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission for site consultation services for the development of a permanent homelessness navigation center in the city. Development of a permanent homelessness navigation center in Vista began in November 2023 when the City Council appropriated $4.5 million from year-end fund balance toward a permanent city-owned navigation center, followed by the implementation of the Buena Creek Navigation Center, which opened in March of last year and is expected to operate through December 31st, 2026, at its property leased by the city. At the September 10th, 2024 Standing Committee on Homelessness meeting, the committee discussed various models for a permanent facility, including city-owned property, adapted reuse of vacant commercial property, and modular construction options. In November of last year, the city secured an additional $1 million in state funding, bringing the total budget available for this project to $5.5 million. At the March 24th, 2025 meeting, the Standing Committee on Homelessness again reviewed various models for the permanent facility as discussed previously, with the addition of properties identified in the in the business park between 7,500 and 15,000 square feet, hotel and motel conversions, and directed staff to publish a request for proposals to solicit an operator of the navigation center to allow the future operator to have input during the site selection phase to ensure the facility and site would meet the needs of their proposed program's design. This would be accomplished through a two-phase agreement, with phase 1 for site consultation services and phase 2 for operator services. I would now like to introduce Jonathan Lung, Homeless Services Program Manager, who will report on the evaluation process.
As part of that evaluation, staff identified 4 available properties within the Vista Business Park that may be suitable for conversion to interim housing, consistent with direction to consider access to infrastructure such as transit and employment opportunities. Purchase price for these properties range between $3 and $7 million, with the structures ranging in size between 8 and 22,000 square feet. Staff also assessed recently sold hotels and motels, though most viable properties have already transitioned to alternative uses or are no longer available on the market. This limited their feasibility for navigation center development, but provides some context for the potential purchase price of a suitable hotel or motel if one became available. To further inform the city's process, examples of other jurisdictions converting commercial buildings into interim housing were reviewed. Interfaith Community Services purchased a motel in Escondido for $8.4 million and renovated the property with an additional $7 million to provide 106 semi and non-congregate beds in 77 rooms over an 18-month construction project. The South County Lighthouse, owned and operated by San Diego Rescue Mission, provides 167 congregate beds in a facility purchased at $6.12 million and renovated with $3.5 million. The Oceanside Navigation Center, also referred to as the North County Lighthouse, provides 100 congregate beds in a facility purchased by the City of Oceanside for $1.28 million and renovated with $7.6 million. Staff also considered 3 quotes from modular construction vendors for a 24-room facility consistent with the BCNC's configuration. These proposals include double occupancy rooms, ADA-compliant restrooms, laundry facilities, and common areas. All modular options meet local building codes and are built off-site before being installed on-site, providing a cost-effective and scalable solution that meets the current timeline and budget of this project. Prices quoted from 3 modular construction vendors range from $3.6 million to $8 million, with a construction schedule of no more than 8 months. To identify an operator for the future navigation center, the city issued a request for proposals on April 30th, 2025. The RFP included 2 phases, phase 1 for site consultation services and phase 2 for operator services. Separating these phases allows the selected operator to provide input on the site design to align with their proposed program's needs. One proposal was received from the San Diego Rescue Mission in response to the RFP, which outlined a 50-bed, low-barrier homelessness navigation center with an initial stay of 30 days for adults and families. The facility would provide 24/7 operations and offer meals, showers, personal storage, and basic needs services. Case management would be provided to all guests with a focus on securing permanent housing and connecting individuals to additional supportive services. The proposed program also provides a 24-hour phone number that can be called to coordinate client drop-off after hours as needed. The San Diego Rescue Mission's proposal does not request city funding for operations of Phase 2, which is estimated to cost approximately $1.63 million annually. They propose to sustain the program through a combination of private donations, in-kind contributions, grant funding, and CalAIM reimbursement. The city's role would be limited to providing the facility and covering initial capital improvement costs during Phase 1. Tonight, staff are recommending approving an agreement with the San Diego Rescue Mission to begin Phase 1 services. This approval would allow site-specific planning to proceed in collaboration with the San Diego Rescue Mission and does not commit the city to Phase 2. A recommendation for Phase 2 services would return to council for consideration at the satisfactory conclusion of Phase 1. This concludes staff's presentation. Are we available for questions?
Okay, and we do have one speaker on this item, Donnie D., from the Rescue Mission, a resident of the city of Vista.
Home sweet home. And I was in Santee today, and Bill Crane says hello and calls this place the Taj Mahal. I think they're jealous. I think they're just jealous of the city hall that we have here in Vista. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Just want you to know that the San Diego Rescue Mission is super excited to expand our partnership with you. I think we're doing great work through outreach, and we want to do more. I got two quick thoughts for you. I'm encouraged and I'm hopeful. I'm encouraged by the work that you're doing. I mean, I have the opportunity to be in a lot of city halls and meet a lot of different city councils that are trying to do some things around homelessness with respect to their city. And I don't know another city that's doing as much as you are. And so you should be encouraged by that. And most of our residents in Vista probably don't have any idea how much you're doing. And I'm encouraged by that. And I'm encouraged by that. And it's the main reason why, in a lot of conversations with you, Mayor, that we want to be in Vista. We currently have a facility in Oceanside, and we want to relocate that to Vista. And I think you have a vision. I'm excited about that. I think we share some similar aspects of that vision. I think you have a plan. I think you have some incredible staff in John and Jonathan and these guys. I really do. I think they respond quickly, and they have an opinion about how this work should be done. I think you're getting results. I think you seem to have the political will about this being a priority. It's one thing to say it's a priority. I hear electeds all over the county say this is a priority. This is their number one priority. But they don't back it up with a vision and with a plan, and it seems like you guys are doing that. And so I'm encouraged by that, and I think this is the place where we can actually build something. We don't believe at the San Diego Rescue Mission that this is a government problem to fix. We actually think it's a community issue to address. We think you all have a role in that, a very significant role in that, but we think there's a whole private sector that needs to be involved in this and helping to alleviate some of the suffering of their neighbors. The majority of the people that are sleeping on our streets were born and raised here, the majority of them. They became homeless while living in San Diego. They weren't shipped in here, bussed in here, trained in here. They didn't fly in here from cold weather cities, which is a myth. We know that these are our neighbors, and so I'm encouraged. I'm hopeful that we can be partners. This will ultimately turn into a contract if this is what you guys decide to do, but we don't want to be seen as a service contract. We want to be seen as a partner. And if we're bringing our own funding to pay our own way, we would just ask that you treat us like a partner, that we have conversations, that you pick up the phone and you call us when you have a concern, that we stand in agreement on behalf of the people who are experiencing homelessness, that we are in alignment, that whenever there's an item that comes up that relates to homelessness in the San Diego Rescue Mission in the city of Vista, that we talk about it. I would hope that we always get a 5-0 vote. I would hope that we laid the groundwork, that this never becomes divisive and never becomes political on behalf of on behalf of the people who are experiencing homelessness, that they see us together. Like we're working together to accomplish the vision and the plan that you guys have laid forth. Looking forward to working with you guys.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Donnie, and all the folks at San Diego Rescue Mission. Thank you to Jonathan, everyone on city staff. There's been a lot of effort over the past several months to respond to our current need, which is to find a solution for Navigation Center 2.0. We have had a very successful Navigation Center pilot. That has been only possible because of very generous grant funds, because we found the right location at the right time, and all of the work from staff, all of the work from our contractor, folks with Retread, and the incredible work that has gone into placing people at that navigation center. And we want to make sure that, when the time comes, that we can have a new location. So I think that it's really brilliant that we're doing this Navigation Center 2.0 RFP process in 2 steps. Right now, we're really considering this first step, which is to bring on a partner that is going to help us to identify a location and a type of construction that's going to work for the City of Vista. And not just work for the City of Vista and our bottom line, but also work for the partner that's going to be providing services, and also work for the people that are experiencing homelessness. So at this time, as we're preparing to approve this contract, I think we all support this, but I do want to provide a couple of recommendations. And I think Donnie said it best, right? That the public agency's role in this is significant. And right now, we're able to contribute $5.5 million, as well as countless hours of staff time to try to find a location for our new navigation center. We have some viable options that you've prepared tonight. Thank you, Jonathan. Many of these items, Mayor Franklin and I have discussed in our standing committee meetings, but I really want to put it to the full council for us to start to provide a little bit of direction and really set the vision for what this long-term shelter is going to look like. And we do want to have a partner that is ready to move in and provide services into whatever shelter we're able to establish, depending on the cost, the location, the materials. We want to make sure that it's suitable for a contractor. But I also think it's important to remember, and I have to put my public servant hat on, that recalling that this is going to be a public facility and that we're going to have this facility in our possession as the City of Vista. It's going to be a public facility run by a contractor potentially for generations. So I think it's really serious for us to start thinking about, what do we want phase 1 to look like, right? What are we going to advise our staff and our partners as to what we want this structure and the location of the structure to look like? And one of the things that is really important to me is making sure that we continue the dignified services that we're able to provide. And that comes with the quality services of our contractor, but it also comes with the design of the facility. And right now, the City of Vista is doing something unique. We are offering non-congregate shelter. We have individualized rooms that allow people to have 2 or so in a room. And that has been really a game changer for our services. It's not something that's offered in many other cities. Usually the demand is, whatever is scalable. We can certainly see the benefit to a congregate shelter for many reasons. It's pretty much the standard. But in the City of Vista, the past few years, we have operated a non-congregate shelter, and we have found that to be very fruitful. And I would advocate that we give direction to continue that. Now, we get to be satisfied in this process. The council really has ultimate say in what we want this facility to look like, but we're going to use all the best information. I know I've spoken with Donnie about this, about how their homeless outreach data could benefit us in making this decision, understanding what facility is going to be best for us. And city staff also has data and recommendations. And so we're really going to be pouring a lot into this process. But I want to hear from my council on the current model that we have now, this non-congregate model that provides dignity through privacy. I think it's really important for us to have at least an element of that in a new shelter, especially if we're going to be building from the ground up and we have the option. It's not just if we have the freedom to create whatever we want. We only have $5.5 million right now, but we have to hope and dream for more and go after those grants and secure that funding. Really, what's our vision? And I think we should and can continue to incorporate a non-congregate and privacy component into our shelter. And then beyond that, location, modular versus stick build. There's so much to consider here, but there's a lot of work that's about to be done with the help of our staff and our contractor. So I really wanted to put that out there to my council and see if you could come alongside me and support and give direction for continuing to provide non-congregate shelter options from the City of Vista.
And I'd just like to add, well, I'd like to start by saying thank you to the Rescue Mission for being the agency that responded to our call to operate. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Here we had a draft budget that was presented that showed us in deficit $3.5 million over 2 years. Again, thank you to staff for being able to cure that deficit in the budget that we've approved. But still, we know that, number one, the state is in severe budget deficit. We know that a lot of the monies we received are one-time monies. There might be a fourth round of ERF. We don't know if it'll come or it won't. But funding from the state is not a sure thing. So we're taking on long-term obligations that, we need to view these obligations as being the sole obligation of the city, and money that comes from the state is, it's found money, but we can't count on it. So having an operator who says, I want to be a partner and we'll bring the money to operate the facility, and the City of Vista doesn't have to pay the staff bill, that's a big deal. That's a really, really big deal. And so, I'll call it out and recognize that I think the Rescue Mission may have a slightly different direction it wants to go, congregate versus non-congregate. And I got to tell you, I've been bragging a lot about our facility, and I think rightfully so. But I've also come to understand it's not the only way. And there is a reason for the congregate nature of most shelters. It's one of the things I've continued to ask our staff. Where else are they doing non-congregate? And we've been asking that for about 2.5 years now. And I don't think we've yet identified where else it's being done in a non-congregate or a semi-congregate is what we're doing model. So there are some rationale and reasons for the congregate model, which is, first and foremost, we named it the Navigation Center for a reason. It isn't a place for people to live. It's a place for people to shelter on their way to permanent housing. We really want people to, have an opportunity there. It's a launching place. It's a place of respite. It's a place of reorganization, and it's a launch pad to get to permanent housing. What's so great about the Rescue Mission is they're trying to bring people into a one-year program where they do get a semi-congregate room. And are there a few people that have an individualized room? I think they can maybe earn their way up to that. I'm not sure. Most of them are about 2 to a room in your downtown facility. Yeah, so families have a room. But the bottom line is they have a one-year program that they're putting people through at their big facility where they're really giving them a holistic rehabilitation. So they've got a demonstrated and proven model. And this is what's before us right now, comes out of the idea that probably before we pick a building, we probably want to select a provider, and we want to be in communication and concert with that provider on building this. I agree. There's dignity in the semi-private. We would all want to live in a semi-private room. There is zero question about that. But also we have to take account of the fact that we don't have identified more than the 5.5 million. We probably are going to need $9 to $12 million to get this done, depending upon what we choose as far as a facility. But we probably don't have all the money we need right now. I think we can get there. But so in terms of adding more, it's not even the money. The money isn't really the issue here. The issue is do we have an operator that believes in a model and has proven that model? And I think I want to put a lot of faith in somebody that's proven a model and they have a rationale behind it. And I, you know, the more time I spend visiting with people who are living on our streets and talking to them and seeing what they're going through, the more I begin to understand sort of why the prevalent model has been a congregate model. There are some reasons that it makes sense. So this is just about us starting a conversation on a pathway to having a partnership. And I understand your concerns. And as much as I want to build a shelter that looks like a place somebody could live for the long term, they aren't meant to live there for the long term. It's a very short stay there. Well, and I don't mean to mischaracterize your comments at all. But I'm just, have you been to the Oceanside Navigation Center, the Oceanside Lighthouse for the rescue? Okay. It's a great facility with, I would almost call it pods because there's smaller groups. Even though it's congregate, they have different areas. So you're not, when you went to Haven House, all 50 people were in one room. They didn't build of course, the nature of the building. And I think we could maybe, and this is something we could have in the conversation, maybe we could build some pods where women in this area, men in this area, families with children in this area. But this is to start that conversation. And we can have those conversations, and I know that we can find our way to some common thinking and agreement. So that's what I have to say right now. Councilmember Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think that, what you said about like, or speaking with our provider and figuring out what's the best thing for our specific situation. I think I liked the idea of having, different areas for different situations and stuff, and whether that's non-congregate but split into different areas, or something like congregate for families, or where you want to keep the kids and stuff away from just a bunch of other people that aren't related. I could see that being something that would be interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing properties that were non-congregate as an option, just to see what the pricing is and see the difference, and have all the information. But do we have any data on like the rate of acceptance for shelter in a place where there's congregate versus non-congregate? Like, is there a vast difference?
We don't have anything prepared tonight, but we could prepare something to provide to the standing committee meeting in a future date. We are limited to probably what we're seeing in the region. We could look outside, but I think looking in North County might give us a good snapshot of what that looks like between non-congregate and congregate. We have enough, I think, examples of both.
Okay, yeah. I think you're right. Keeping it apples to apples is probably smart. But some of that stuff would be interesting to be able to balance that. And like the mayor said, this is meant to be something, and I believe even Donnie said that under 30 days, it's supposed to be something where we have a bed available for you right now. We can get you somewhere. We can get you shelter now, and we're going to find you the permanent solution. Going forward from there. So, I think that doing what we can to get the right number of beds at that we can afford and make that happen is the priority. And if we can do it in a non-congregate way and still stay in budget, obviously that's if you're apples to apples, it sounds preferred. But I could also see that maybe there's some benefits, like the mayor said. If everyone else is doing it the other way, then there's probably a reason, and I don't know that yet. So that's kind of what I'll leave it at that for now. But I want to thank the San Diego Rescue Mission for their amazing work on the outreach portion. I think we've all been very impressed with their work. I've been on ride-alongs with their team, and it was amazing. And I've only heard good things from feedback from people so far. So thank you guys for your excellent work so far.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I think with the item before us, I'm supportive of going with San Diego Rescue Mission, but I do want to just make some comments on the type of facility. Yes, the standard model is a congregate model, Also, we have heard from the mayor and from other members of the council and from the public that obviously we are not doing enough to solve and resolve homelessness. And I'm wondering if that has to do with the standard model. So, we're seeing a lot of success with the Buena Creek Navigation Center. I would hate to turn back on that type of success. I think the city is providing a substantial amount of funding, and I do believe that we can address homelessness and make it a one-time temporary experience here in the city of Vista. And we should do that to the greatest level possible. The actual infrastructure, right? I would rather have the ability for folks to continue in the same way that they are at the Buena Creek Navigation Center versus, having kind of more of a industrial warehousing of folks. Not to say that, folks are desperate for shelter, right? Of course, there's a desperation for shelter, but I don't think that we should utilize that desperation as complacency. I think that we should really raise the bar like we have and figure out how to customize solutions for folks in a dignified way that doesn't cause any harm to the individual and certainly not to, our budget, understanding that we have limited constraints. But I think that we were really onto something, and we have seen success in this new model, and I really don't want to turn back the clock on that. Potentially we can just continue to have this discussion, meet with the operator, have that partnership that is sought, but a partnership requires, compromise, and potentially there's a compromise that's in the middle of having congregate and non-congregate. But I think going to a system that is just congregate with, a lot of folks living together in close corridors, it doesn't necessarily provide all the safety aspects. And in the future too, I'm concerned about, we have a new COVID variant. I mean, when we look at communicable diseases and other issues, I want to consider what that looks like if we have a congregate shelter and we have to shut it down. So I would love for staff to investigate what that looks like in the two different types of models. But like I said, I'm always here, ready to have the conversation and ready to have a collaborative effort. And if it requires a compromise, that's fine. But I don't think that we start with the compromise. I think we start with what we've seen has worked at the Buena Creek Navigation Center and build from there. Obviously, taking concerns and suggestions from our operator and from our partner is going to be critical. But at the end of the day, we have the ability to construct at the desire of the council, the will of the council. So I don't want to give you all that authority because that's my authority, right? And I think we can be partners in this. But this is where the heart of the council is we really want to see solutions that work. So having more data, having more questions, investigating different models and the successes of those models, not just in the short term, but long term, I think is really critical. But there is a health concern to having, just a large amount of folks in a congregate setting. I also, want to meet the need of Vista. So being able to right size that need is with the building structure, I think is really important too, because even if, the operator is funding the operation, I wouldn't want to, build such a large facility that is really beyond the need of Vista and the immediate region. I really want to be careful about how we construct. But those are my comments. I am supportive of Rescue Mission being our operator and our partner. I haven't always been supportive, but I have seen the dedication that you and your staff have and the outcomes of the outreach that you've already provided. And I think it's really important to underscore the fact that, we had heard that rejection of services was so large, and you have managed to really provide some more information to show that that's not necessarily the case. So I want to continue our partnership. I want it to grow really strong. But I do want to make something that is specific to the city of Vista and could potentially be a model that you showcase in the future for other cities that are maybe not willing at this time to build any kind of facility. But if they see that, there is a different model out there that is providing a lot of success, that maybe they would want to partner in the future. So I just really want to take all these different aspects into consideration. And that will conclude my comments at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, thank you. I did just have a quick question from, so the mayor had mentioned, like, we don't have any other non-congregate shelters that we can really point to in relation to our navigation center. So I guess relative to the I don't know if you have something, are you just waiting to respond? No, go ahead.
You're at the
Go
council
ahead.
members.
Yeah.
Sure, yes, so immediately North County, there's of course the Buena Creek Navigation Center. We also have Operation Hope, which is also semi-congregate. It's one household per room. The deputy mayor and some staff did tour some other facilities a little bit further away, one in Victorville, one in the city of Azusa, both constructed with modular construction. Those are good, but also new examples of non-congregate shelters. So while the data might be limited, we can certainly take those into consideration.
Yeah, I asked that question because from a standpoint, I think when we had the 1 year at the Buena Creek Navigation Center, they had placed like 80 people or something, which was like 40-something% or some ridiculous number relative to other shelter spaces into permanent housing. And so from a success rate standpoint, I have to feel like it probably stacks up pretty high against other shelters.
Yeah, I would think so, and I'll just point out as well, part of phase one, and the most integral part of phase one, will be consideration and comparison of the data that we find. So as mentioned previously, we'll look at our local outreach data, we'll also look at our local shelter data operated by the city and other partners, and we'll really consider what properties we've identified would be appropriate for the facility for which the data dictates, depending on, as the council member knows, success rates in the permanent housing, recidivism, all those kinds of factors, which we'll consider based on those different models that we're considering.
And I appreciate that. And I think it's important because you all have done a great job. So I'm not up here in any way trying to say anything negative, because I think that the work shows very brightly what you've been doing here in Vista. But I do have a concern that if we take away this avenue, right, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. So if we take away this avenue of a shelter, even if it is temporary for only a few months, maybe we extend that portion of non-congregate to, say, 6 months, and we include it in this, and it's not as rigorous as the one-year program that's going to be congregate, but I do want to be open to those options and explore them, because I think it is important. The meeting you nailed it, meeting the needs of Vista, and also the mechanism that we use to meet those needs, I think, is important. So I am happy to support this, so I will be supporting it. But when we have these conversations, I just want to make sure that those are included in the dialogue, because it is very important that we are meeting the needs of all the individuals that need to be met. So thank you.
I'm not going to go hugely off topic, but I do just want to throw something out there. I want to talk about the current navigation center and it potentially being a transitional housing opportunity, because I think we pay about $916 per bed just for the lease without any of the staffing. And our shared housing program, we're at $1,013. So I just really want to stress that sometimes it's easy to blur the line between the thing that's supposed to be the lifeboat and the thing that's supposed to be, you're now living aboard the boat and you have your own room on the boat, or the lifeboat is a life raft. It is not, we don't want people to be there for a long period of time. But look, I think the fact that we've been able to say, because we know we've had a lot of man and woman that wanted to go together. And being able to accommodate that did get a lot of people. That was important. The pet accommodation for some people was important. I don't know what the rescue mission's accommodation looks like there. We wanted to try and chip away at the reasons people said, I don't want to go. And that made a lot of sense to us. We'd like to talk with you about that. I think there's a lot more we can do here, and I hear the desire to provide some dignified living spaces. I think it would be amazing if we could put it on the agenda to talk about how, because I have a vision for taking those apartments that we have now and turning them into part of our shared housing program, where we're able, because we have a lot of people that have $1,100, $1,200, $1,500 of benefits. If we could get them into where they're paying for it, but we're master leasing it, and we're providing minimal staff, and it's only for people that don't need permanent supportive wraparound services, just for people that need a house. There's some options there that we can talk about at the same time. So we can provide people some of these dignified options. And I definitely agree. I love about the Oceanside facility that it has the ability to compartmentalize different folks. I mean, there might be, I don't know, maybe I need a room for guys like me that might store sometimes. I don't know. What are the barriers? What are the problems? But this is the conversation we want to engage in. Yes.
If I might, we have not made a motion yet.
I was about to.
Oh, all right, I will.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion that we approve this contract, and we begin phase 1 of services with San Diego Rescue Mission. And in my closing comments, I'll just say that I do believe that what San Diego Rescue Mission is doing is providing dignity for people in the quality of the services and the quality of your facilities, absolutely providing dignity to people. And I also believe that by design, having privacy is really important for someone's individual well-being and can only serve to enhance their dignity. And so I think that we have an opportunity. Thank you, Jonathan, for reminding us that there are indeed some non-congregate models and that we will be considering them. And I do want to also say from the contract that I read, it sounds like San Diego Rescue Mission does allow for pets in the facility. And also talking about just matching scale, I appreciate wanting to make it match Vista, but what San Diego Rescue Mission is proposing already matches what Vista is doing. They're recommending a maximum of 50 beds, and we have 48 beds in our current navigation center. So I really think that we're on par here in terms of vision, but it's just working with our partner to make sure that we incorporate some of these concerns about having options, right? Having options for people who are looking for a little bit more privacy, I think will only enhance our services. So with that, that's my motion, and I look forward.
And you're right, there are 48 beds, but of course, 12 of them are for incidences. So this does represent, is my math right? This is a 1/3 increase in our, so this is a significant increase in the number of beds that Vista is offering. You're absolutely right. It's a similar size facility, but in this case, they're all Vista beds. So I want Vista to know that this is a significant increase in beds. But I actually think, and this is an ongoing conversation, I actually think that 50 beds is about right for Vista, because we have 296 people on our by name list. We wish every one of them would say, I want to go to the shelter today. I want to get off the street. I want to end my homelessness. That's our dream, that they would all say yes today, but that's not how it works. If we're lucky to have 50 people at one time who say, yes, I want to come with you, I want to get that help. So I don't think we need 100, 200 beds, but again, it's an ongoing conversation. And the last part of this is, we made the promise with the Buena Creek Navigation Center that neighborhood would be better and cleaner and safer than it was before. And that's got to be part, and I know it is, that's got to be part of our joint commitment and our partnership, that we're going to be great neighbors, that the businesses and the other people in the business park are going to find this to be a great asset as a neighbor. And I know that would be the case, but I just want to renew my commitment to the community that we're going to make and keep that promise. Councilmember, did I second the motion? I want to second the motion. Councilmember O'Donnell?
I have no need to speak then.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We're looking forward to continuing the conversation and building the partnership. Thank you. Okay, and now we'll go on to item D5 regarding the disbursement of opioid settlement funds to Green Oak Ranch Ministries Residential Recovery Program. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our Assistant City Manager, Imelda Huerta, will introduce this item.
Thank you again, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we will be discussing an agreement with Green Oaks Ranch Ministries to support residential recovery via the opioid settlement funds. Our Homeless Services Program Manager, Jonathan Lunk, will provide the report.
In November of 2021, the City of Vista joined the National Opioid Settlement, which was the result of 2 major lawsuits holding opioid distributors and manufacturers accountable for their role in the national opioid crisis. Through our participation, Vista is projected to receive approximately $911,000 over an 18 period, with $323,000 received to date. These funds are restricted for opioid abatement efforts and are being directed in alignment with the city's strategic plan to address homelessness, with a focus on treatment, prevention, housing stabilization, and recovery. To allocate these funds effectively, the city issued a Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, earlier this year in March, inviting proposals that address opioid-related harms through eligible, evidence-based strategies as outlined in the California Opioid Settlement Framework. Priority was given to proposals that address one or more of the following high-impact abatement activities, which are recovery support services, including recovery housing and peer support, evidence-based treatment for opioid use disorder, or OUD, including medication-assisted treatment, prevention efforts such as community education and youth-focused interventions, housing stabilization for individuals with OUD who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and outreach and engagement, including services for justice-involved populations. The NOFA emphasized alignment with state guidelines on allowable uses of opioid settlement funds to ensure compliance, sustainability, and measurable impact. 5 proposals were received, and all 5 were recommended for full funding based on the responsiveness to the NOFA and alignment with the state-identified allowable expenses and the city's strategic plan to address homelessness. One of the recommended programs is the Green Oaks Ranch Ministries. Is from Green Oaks Ranch Ministries, a longstanding Vista-based organization with over 75 years of experience in substance use recovery and residential services. Their proposal seeks partial funding for a residential recovery program that provides stable housing, structured daily routines, peer mentorship, vocational development, and discharge planning for individuals with opioid use disorder who are also experiencing homelessness. The program operates on a 28-acre campus in Vista, offering up to 24 recovery beds in a therapeutic, trauma-informed environment. Participants typically remain in the program for 6 to 12 months, during which they work towards stabilization, sobriety, and self-sufficiency. The recommended funding amount is $189,240, which will support 10 recovery beds for 1 year, covering program staff, services, and operational costs. This initiative aligns with both the city's opioid settlement obligations and its homelessness response goals by bridging the gap between substance use recovery and housing stability. Staff recommend approving the agreement with Green Oaks Ranch Ministries to support their residential recovery program. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, we have 3 speakers on this item from the public. So I'd like to invite Hannah Gailey, Anthony Lopez, and Jason Chard to please come forward. Grab a seat in the front row if you would. And Hannah Gailey, you'll go first.
Mayor Franklin, Deputy Mayor Melendez, and Council. It has been our privilege before I've already started, but it has been a privilege to operate the BCNC. That has just been an incredible gift. For 25 years, Green Oak Ranch Ministries leased the 144 acres known as Green Oak Ranch for $1 a year. During this time, we operated a camp and retreat center, a drug and alcohol recovery program, and allowed low-income families to live in RVs on site. On August 15th, 2024, I received a letter indicating that our lease had been terminated by the landowner and that we would be required to vacate the ranch and deliver possession to the landowner by December 31st, 2024, free and clear of all personal property and subtenants. As required by the terms of our lease agreement, Green Oak Ranch Ministries sent notice to all subtenants of the property. On September of 2024, it was my responsibility to evict 31 households, including staff members, volunteers, graduates of Green Oak Ranch Ministries, my brother-in-law, my immediate family, and all residents of our unofficial RV park. I am deeply apologetic for any hardship or inconvenience that may have resulted from the evictions at Green Oak Ranch. It was neither my decision nor the decision of Green Oak Ranch Ministries to close the RV park at Green Oak Ranch. The decision has resulted in significant financial expense to both my family and to the nonprofit, as well as hardship to the other families who received notice of closure. As the original evictions were dismissed on a technicality, new notices have been issued to the remaining 5 subtenants. Green Oak Ranch Ministries has continued and will continue to provide drug and alcohol addiction recovery services on Green Oak Ranch, and we will continue the work of recovery in the city of Vista. We believe addiction recovery is the key to the resolution of homelessness, and we are grateful for the opportunity to use opioid settlement funds to continue the good work of Green Oak Ranch Recovery.
Thank you. Anthony Lopez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anthony Lopez. I am the co-men's director at Green Oak Ranch. I also work at the Buena Creek Navigation Center, help with the sober living, a women and children's home, an upcoming youth shelter, and interact with some of the women at the San Diego Rescue Mission. I say that to share my personal experience with our community. I'm here to discuss the opportunity for funding at Green Oak Ranch. It is a place that has, does, and will continue to house, rehabilitate hundreds or even thousands of men and lead men into sobriety, recovery, and faith, and the restoration of families. For every one life change, it affects multiple others in so many beneficial ways. Family members of men changed men come to find change in sobriety as well for themselves. Brothers bringing brothers, uncles bringing nephews. Daughters and sons get a protector and leader back in their home. An overworked mother gets a provider back in her home. Communities are strengthened. Multiple lives are changed from, again, one man changing his life. I've been to Green Oak Ranch 3 times in the last 8 years. I was turned away from 3 other programs. I was desperate and I was unaware of any other homeless or residential drug and alcohol programs before Green Oak Ranch. I know that fentanyl is destroying our homes on a global scale, so I'm asking for your help to support family reunification through faith and recovery. Thank you.
Jason Chard.
Hi, my name is Jason. I'm just going to speak on my experience at Green Oak Ranch. For about 7 years, I lived on the street in California and in other parts of the country. I've only been to rehab 3 times, this being the 3rd time recently. I am now employed at Green Oak Ranch. I work in the kitchen and prepare food for the program. I have my entire family back behind me supporting me. I'm about to graduate from school in about 4 months for cosmetology school. I have seen a lot of people struggle through recovery in my life, not just here at the program, but like in my own personal life. And I've never seen anything work quite the way that our program works. Everybody that's seated back here genuinely loves everything that they do for the men that are in our program, and they love the men themselves. There is only like one thing that actually changes any living creature, and it is love. I truly believe that the community that we have is important to the community that surrounds us. And I've seen in the past like 2 years, probably 15 to 20 people drastically change their lives to completely shift the way that they were living and have full-time jobs. A lot of them actually work at the Navigation Center in Buena Creek. And then some of them work at like a sober living that we have also. I'm not really here to ask for anything. I just wanted to share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say, and Hannah, you have 50 beds total, is that right? So this is something that is a constant point of need in the entire county, is addiction recovery beds. These beds have been there for how many, 73 years? Yeah, to see us lose this resource in our community, in our city, would be a real detriment, not only to our city, but to the entire effort to help people who are recovering from addiction countywide. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to support an organization that has coexisted with the neighborhood. Most people have absolutely no idea it's there. So you've done a great job. You run a great program and have a lot of wonderful people. And I'm really proud of the work that you do. So I want to thank you and all of you at Green Oak Ranch. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for presenting this item. I initially had some inquiries to staff regarding this being on consent calendar because I was aware that there were some tenant rights concerns at the property. And being able to have this on the regular discussion gave us an opportunity to learn a little bit more. I received some updates from staff, and also now hearing from you, Hannah, I think really helps us to understand a little bit more. Tenant issues can be really complex, and they require stringent adherence to the law. And your apology, it really means a lot, especially when the evictions were unexpected and quite alarming to the community. And so seeing this go forward without a discussion, I just didn't feel like it was appropriate. But understanding how you're seeking to resolve the issue, and how these funds are going to go directly into services for the most part, outside of $30,000 for administrative cost related to a film. I do think that it's important for us to continue those services. And I just want to let the council know, if it wasn't stated by staff already, that this is phase 1 out of 3 rounds of funding that the City of Vista will receive for the National Opioid Settlement Funds. And I just want to make sure that we're continuing to improve our process in this, because there's a number of programs listed here. Education, working with youth, working with our healthcare providers, and of course, working with people who are providing recovery services, which is, I think, the most important way for us to address the opioid crisis, is to provide people recovery and sobriety. One of the things that staff shared with me is that part of the outreach for this process was to reach out to our provider network, and Green Oak Ranch and others are included in that provider network. And so they received specific communication about this funding opportunity. I would just give direction to staff that for future rounds of funding, that we are a little bit more expansive, because I know that there are quite a number of recovery programs in the City of Vista that offer a variety of services, prenatal services, right, different services that we want to be able to capture with these funds. So that would be my feedback for the process. But as far as the applicant, I really do appreciate the work of Green Oaks Ranch Ministries and supporting people who are in recovery. And the work that you're doing is life-saving, life-changing work. And I appreciate the opportunity for us to have a public dialogue about some of the events that have occurred regarding the tenant issues, because that was a great concern to many of us in the community. So at this time, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the funding for Green Oak Ranch, and also provide direction to staff that at future rounds of funding, that we can be a bit more expansive in our communications to providers, and prioritize funding for those who are directly doing recovery and providing sobriety and substance use disorder services. Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Perfect. I'll happily second that motion, and I'd also like to echo my thanks to Green Oak Ranch Ministries for all the amazing work that you guys do in our community. We talked a lot about our navigation center and what's the next step, right? We need to find a place for people to go from there to take that next step. 30, 45 days, what we're currently looking at the Navigation Center, is usually not enough time for someone to completely get their life back together and find permanent housing. And so most of the time, it's finding a program that is the right fit for the individual, and having that individualized approach that we're able to have, I think is probably the main key to our success. So I just want to thank you. And I actually grew up on Green Oak Road. So that was, when you say that, the community didn't even know it was there, I didn't, so thanks for being such a great neighbor.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I don't know if there's much more I can add to that. And Hannah, I do appreciate your apology. I know that there were some concerns over the actions that were taken in whatever pending litigation there might be or was or would have been. But, I just spent an hour and a half talking about a decision that I wish I had an opportunity to have done differently. So your apology does go a long way. For 75 years, you all have been operating in this manner and providing, what was it, 50 beds, right? So I'm happy to support it. Just from a financial standpoint, this has nothing to do with all of you. Do we audit these programs as we go through them? Or is it once we disperse the funding, it just kind of...
It will submit regular reports just like all our programs, yep.
Perfect. Well, keep up the great work. I'm very happy to partner with you, and thank you for all the work on this.
Councilmember Contreras.
Just echo what my colleague said. Thank you. And I know it's a really difficult situation that you all were put in. I think it really also maybe demonstrated to the entire community that when decisions come, that we need to have good communication about what actually is happening. Because I think what the county was trying to do was really blown out of proportion. And what we saw was, had the county been an operator and owner of the land, there would have been a different process for relocation, and those tenants would have received a relocation fee. And that's, I don't know all the ins and outs of what happened, but I know that it wasn't easy for you to carry out certain orders. But definitely, facing that and letting us know what the next steps are is critical to this ongoing conversation. But it does serve as a warning for the future that it's not okay to incite mass hysteria and to avoid what the facts are. So I am supportive of this item as well.
We didn't mention Rising Tide Ranch, but I'm glad that we're giving them some support. Rising Tide Ranch is doing some great work. I don't know if other members of the council, this Deputy Mayor has been there. If you haven't gone to see it yet, it's next to North Coast Church. It's a phenomenal facility. Also very proud of the work that they are doing. You really need to check that out. I'm glad we can support them. Not really familiar with the Heavy Breathing Foundation. That's a funny name for an organization, but I'd love to get to know their work too. Since it got so much talk tonight, I can't say I appreciate your apology, because I think that you feel sorry and you felt horrible. I know you did, because you told me at the time that you had to carry out that instruction, but that was your lawful duty to do it. It wasn't your decision to evict those people. And I know that had it been within your power and control, you wouldn't have done it. I know that fully. So for the public record, Hannah is probably the most empathetic person I've ever met, the kindest person that you'd ever want to know. And I know that she would never evict anyone if she had control over it. So I just feel like you deserve the public record to be straight there, that you didn't make that decision. And, whatever missteps were made in the way, the city of Vista stepped in with attorneys that this council provided funding for to make sure that the tenants' rights were upheld all throughout, that they received. It was a modest amount of relocation funding. I know there's some people that are still there. I don't know if they're paying rent now or not, but, the California tenant laws are very difficult, and they're hard for landlords to navigate. So I'm not surprised that you had some trouble. Frankly, when we purchased the piece of land that Palo Vista Park is on now, we required the seller of the land to do the evictions. Yeah. So typically, when governments purchase land, because it is so expensive for governments to evict and relocate people because of extra policies that apply to governments, typically governments say, we'll buy the land, but you have to deliver it to us as part of the sale unoccupied. It is a very common thing for a purchaser of land to specify that it is delivered, particularly without people. I have to go off on a little bit of tangent here. I spent a lot of time thinking about who is to blame. Was Ari to blame for people living in what might not have been a permitted situation? And I thought, you know what? That's not fair to Ari, because he provided housing for people that needed it at a time when those kind of permits, frankly, either weren't required or people just didn't pull them. And here we are, fast forward 30, 40 years later, and we're trying to judge somebody who tried to do a lot of good to help people in real need through the lens of what the permitting and other laws are today. So you really can't blame Ari. You really can't blame Solutions for Change for wanting to acquire the parcel without, all of that legal liability of people living in unpermitted circumstances. It was a bad circumstance. Everybody got a raw deal. I think, clearly the people that were evicted got the rawest deal. Second only, or I should say, second to them was Green Oak Ranch, who lost all of their funding and had to deliver that horrible eviction order. So I just got to set the record straight there. Everybody got a raw deal, and as hard as we want to look for the bad guy, it's really hard to identify a bad guy when we actually look at the historical record there. I think that's super important that we don't, excoriate people in the community who are trying to do good things. So I really had to say that. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, just for clarification, I can be appreciative of an apology without assigning blame, right? And so just for the record on that, because what I appreciate is that I know Hannah feels awful about what happened. I'm not saying that she's to blame for it in any way.
Right.
It's just a matter of, to say that and know the appreciation that it takes to even echo the words or say the words that she said. I don't think it falls. I agree with you. There's multiple things that took place for this entire situation to happen. So, but it's to hear the words and know how she feels about it. It does go a long way. So I just want to clarify that to my point.
I appreciate that, and I apologize. I didn't mean to mischaracterize your remarks at all. I just, if anybody didn't actually owe an apology, it wasn't her decision to make. She was the instrument. She was the person who had to, execute the undesirable order. But not being her decision, she didn't really owe anybody an apology because it wasn't her decision to make. So the fact that she has great remorse about the fact that she had to do it, I don't know. I just had to set the record straight.
For the record, I was very much in support of this based on the 75-year history prior to the apology. So.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Contreras.
Also, I just want to say, if you don't know Heavy Breathing Foundation, please take a look at them. They're doing amazing work in our schools right now. So I was really happy to see them on this list. But please take a look. It's incredible, the type of character development and discipline. I think, even it would be great to have them come and give a presentation and let us know, what they're doing to just spread the word. But a phenomenal, I think, newer organization, but how they are integrating in our, I think they're at General Murray, right? Their social media is really awesome. So take a look at them. And if you can, donate.
If I may, I'm happy to report that Heavy Breathing Foundation, along with all the other recipients of this funding, will present updates to the Standing Committee. Heavy Breathing Foundation has also donated a substantial amount of equipment fitness equipment to the BCNC and the Ascot House already. So they're already edifying all of our programs. They are a great one.
Great. So I'm looking forward to having an agendized discussion about, and we'll do it if we can at the standing committee. But I'd like to put it on the agenda to talk about maybe a new partnership with Retread at the same location, but a different use. I think that could be something that could be good for all concerned. So let's talk about that. Okay. Did we vote on this? Motion is second? We have a motion is second. Please cast your. Do we have one more comment? Oh, okay, very good. Motion is second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, all of you who waited patiently. Let's see. I think the next item with the most people waiting for it is Parks and Rec. So we'll double back to item D2, our Parks and Rec Master Plan update, conceptual designs for park site on Breeze Hill Road, park site on Mattagual, Weave Park Site, Phase 2, Bringle Terrace Park improvements. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Recreation and Community Services Director Mike Pacheco will introduce the item. And just a thought for the council, we've all kind of been briefed on this. Maybe we can make a brief series of remarks on this and move expeditiously through our remaining items. For a brief report, former Parks and Rec Director, hopefully one day Parks and Rec Director again, because we just make Parks and Rec Month, and I don't like the change to the department name, but community, I can't even remember what it is, Community and Recreation and Community Services. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor,
Doesn't have Parks
City
in the title
Council.
I think
We'll
it
try
should.
to-
We're going to do that. I'm gonna add Parks back to, yes, second. Parks has been added back to the name of your
I will third that.
That's, yep, there you go.
I like that.
Okay, we'll add it to the agenda. We'll add it to the consent agenda on the next item, the consent agenda. Actually, we'll just let our city manager figure that one out. Yeah.
Thank you again, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. And with me is the consultants who are working on our master plan and the site master plans. And I know we've all met, like you've mentioned before. So Neely Bott, founder and CEO of Next Practice Partners, and Doug Grove, president of RHA Landscape Architects. And we presented this same presentation last night to the Parks and Rec Commission, and they approved the recommendation to move forward to the council here. And so now it's action is to receive the update on the key findings, and we'll go through as quickly as we can. And then we'll also have at the end slide here to kind of go through the prioritization of these parks as well. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to Neely Bott.
Thank you and good evening, everybody. I have to say, Mayor, this is probably the first time I have smiled in 2 days. I am an Indianapolis resident and a Pacers fan, and you can only imagine how we've been feeling the last 2 days. So I appreciate the little levity here. Having said that, no surprises. You've seen and heard a lot of this before, so I want to quickly go through the process. Councilmember Fox, we haven't had a chance to speak much, but just a little background from our standpoint. We're based in Indianapolis, do this all over the world, and have been very fortunate to work all over Southern California the last several years in partnership with RHA and Doug Grove, who are based here in Riverside as well. And as we go through this process, you know, the key element in talking to all of you from the very beginning was community outreach, really heavy focus on listening to what the community has to say as well, starting with the website itself, planvistaparks.com, that has continued to share updates into what's happening, including tonight's meeting, and will continue to do so as well. And then from last year onwards, the series of different tactics to engage the community in person, online, with taco trucks, without taco trucks, talking of parks specifically, talking of the whole plan, surveys in a variety of ways, and I appreciate the mayor's input on surveys the last time we met as well. But all that put together to say, if anybody in the community wanted to engage, they have been given multiple opportunities to do so. And so what you're about to see is some of the key survey findings, particularly from the statistically reliable survey. These are just some examples of the kinds of input we've had from just youth focus groups as well, which were very heavily attended and wonderful engagement to people giving us feedback specifically on each of the 4 different park sites we've been planning for as well. Some other ones, this is the most memorable taco truck night. This message has been spread all over the country. Everybody's looking at seeing what did Vista do to get so many people. And I said, it's just the wonderful staff. That's all. Statistically reliable this is the one I really want to underscore because this represents users, non-users, and truly your constituents in the most representative way possible. The goal was 350 in terms of random sampling and reliability. The community far exceeded that. And all the level of confidence margin of error means that for us to be able to tell you that, yes, this represents the community, we have to be able to repeat the process and get consistent results. And this tells us the results you're about to see are in a margin of error of plus or minus 4.8%. This is just a comparison to show you ESRI is Environmental Systems Research Institute. They look at actual census tract data. So ETC Institute is the survey company that did the survey. And most of the age groups, gender, and race and ethnicity pretty closely match the actual sample of the city's demographics. Thus, again, the focus on it being representative and thus reliable. I don't expect 5-year-olds to take a 6-page survey, but the respondents that did take it had people that were, of all ages in their households as they responded. So you do, get a sense that yes, the responses are looking at a multi-generational audience and their overarching priorities as well.
And what did those under the age of 12 have to say?
Unsupervised recreation if we can. Don't want parents looking over us at all times.
They want a splash pad.
Yeah, and that too, right? Dog parks, splash pads, right? A lot of that, very encouraging, overarching, so I'll give you the headline first. Overarching news, very encouraging. They love what you do. They support it very much as well. Whether you call the department Rec and Community Services, Parks and Rec, or Mike Pacheco's department, whatever it is, they love it, right? Extremely high visitation, national average 81, Vista 87. I'll be nitpickier to say the goal for the future is can we reduce the number of people that say good and have more people saying we're excellent. Some of the upgrades in the parks are going to lead to that. Encouragingly, only 4% said we're poor, right? So we're managing very, very well, and there's room to improve. Number one barrier to visitation for parks and facilities, lack of amenities they want to see. In addition to that, do not feel safe using that. Some of that may probably be tied to the unhoused population. You've had some conversation addressing that as well. I think some of these are interconnected. They will certainly help. But 4 and 5 are very interesting. I didn't see that till about 3 or 4 years ago, restrooms and shade. Right? We see more and more people asking not just for playgrounds, but for shade structures at the playgrounds for them to be able to use as well. So many of the things that we're about to show you will certainly help address the lack of amenities, that including the pickleball courts you're already putting in, the playgrounds, the dog parks, all the rest will certainly help. They learn through word of mouth, the brochure, social media, the city's website is very high as well, which is, again, very encouraging. And that's precisely how they want to hear in the future, right? So your comms team, wherever you are, props to you all as well. You're communicating the way people want to be communicated to now and in the future. Very encouraging again, by far the number one, 70% of the respondents use you as the first organization for any of their parks, recreation, sports needs, followed by neighboring cities. This is absolutely incredible. Just to give you context, we recommend that the best of the best agencies try to get to 40%, right? National average is 36, 40% is excellent, 45% is out of the world, and you're already at 48%, right? Again, 2 key elements as it looks at programs and events. Obviously, having Moonlight, having the Wave helps a lot, right? And again, those are great community assets. They're great regional assets as well. And that's obviously driving some of this high visitation too. Same thing here, only 3% said were poor. I have a feeling it's probably the Venn diagram is very overlapping. There are 3 or 4% that are unhappy no matter what you do. And they may probably be, sort of connected here. But also similar sentiment, right? Far more that say good versus excellent. And how do we balance those better going forward as well? This is a national, concern is not the right word, but sort of a consistent response. I don't know what is offered is by far the number one, if not in the top 2, right? This is always in the 30, 33, 35%. And some of this is hard, the second one, too busy. You can't compete with Netflix and Disney Plus. It is the world. But by far, the number one reason is twice as high as a number 2, which is program times are not convenient. Also tying to lack of offerings or fees being too high in old and outdated facilities. So a lot of the program satisfaction is tied to the quality of the spaces people are experiencing the programs in. What is low-hanging fruit for us is going to be continuing to invest in more marketing, more storytelling as well, to let people know about all the things that you're doing as well. So that, again, as new people come to town, as they're aware of it, if they know, they will participate. If they participate, they will advocate. If they had $100, the number one thing they said is improve, maintain what you have, right? Take care of what you got. And you're doing a good combination of all of that in terms of managing that as well across all ages, from seniors to families to young professionals, all the rest as well. Those would serve every one of those groups too. In addition to acquiring new parkland and open space, which is also what you're doing as well. So again, credit to all of you as well in terms of aligning your actions with precisely where the community really wants to invest and prioritize. There is 1% who doesn't think this is important. Mike Pacheco, you're not very important, right? But for everybody else, 99% said you're important, and a majority, 89%, said it's very important for the city to provide high-quality parks, programs, offerings, etc. And this is why, right? Overwhelmingly, they believe that all of these offerings make the city a more desirable place to live, have benefits in terms of both mental health, physical health, protecting the open space and environment, reducing crime as well, and providing opportunities for social connections too. So a lot of benefits tying back to your overarching vision and goal for the cities that the department and the offerings can help provide. Site-specific things, we asked as well if you have a need for a number of things, and then had them prioritize those as well. And you'll see across every park there are some common themes. You're going to see restrooms, you're going to see trails and connectivity to some degree, all of those pretty high, and then playgrounds or dog parks or community gardens or splash pad or some of those in variety of orders.
And did the survey taker suggest any of those items, or was this purely open-ended without suggestion only?
Great question. So the list was crafted based on the input we got from each of the park-specific meetings. So we did the meetings by each site first. We got the entire list of what the community members suggested at those meetings. Those were aggregated and added here with an option for others, so if something wasn't there.
So did the survey taker read this list of options to the respondent?
They were provided in writing. So this was mailed to respondents.
Okay.
And the option was that they could then call and do it, in which case, yes, they would be read to them as well.
Okay, so they were able to bubble in or rank these?
Yeah, as
items?
an other, yeah. If there were others out there as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So same thing for each of the parks as well, restrooms, walking paths, playgrounds, etc. Most important, restrooms, walking parks, playground, parking, and dog park were the top 5 here. Restrooms, walking paths, playground, community garden, and dog park, and then fencing with gates and parking as well. And then as you can see, Mayor, like obviously the choices vary, right? Crosswalks to the commercial center is very specifically a choice for this particular park based on what the community shared, which obviously we didn't have in the others.
Did you ask these questions in the geography around these parks?
Yes, so that's why we had individual meetings for every one of them. So folks that were just, let's say, concerned with one particular
With
site.
the survey, where you mailed it out, did you only mail to the people around Madagwal Park?
No, this was mail across the city, right? For the random aspect of it as well.
I just wonder if you ask people on the other side of town if they were even familiar with Madigual Park.
Mayor, I can assure you the people around Madigual had no problem sharing their opinions on what they'd like to see in that space.
Around, I know, I just wonder, like, I mean, we have a lot, what do we have, 21 parks? How many do we have? Is it 21? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of residents who haven't been to more than 2 or 3 of our parks. So I just wonder awareness. Anyway, I just wanted to understand if it was geographic specific.
Yeah. Again, what's most important in terms of amenities here as well, again, very consistent themes for each of these to and then this is just a quick summary of who responded, right? So how long people have lived, less than 5 years, all the way to over 30 years as well. Gender, race and ethnicity, again, fairly representative too. And these were the 2 that really helped summarize all the priorities. So this was a combination of what people said, and this is overarching for the city as a whole, what people said is important, what is a need, and what is a need that is unmet. I've probably shared this example before as well, but when you look at these categories, if I can assure you there is a huge unmet need in Vista for underwater basket weaving, but it's only important to maybe 2 people. On the other end, there are many of the things you may see with respect to sports that are very important, but you've done a much better job meeting those needs compared to some of the others. Hence, they're relatively lower in comparison. So you can see, for example, trails and walking paths are the top 2, and they have been the highest priorities in every single park specific amenities people have asked for as well. In addition to community parks, splash pads, swimming pool, off-leash dog park, spray grounds, etc. Similar question asked for programs as well, and you can see adult and senior programs in the top 5, outdoor adventure, environmental nature camps as well, water fitness, adult visual arts, special events, swim lessons. So again, a fairly strong correlation between the programmatic needs and the facility amenity needs as well that were shared too. So a couple other things, speaking of programs, staff did a really wonderful job for each of these core program areas, providing a number of information for how they're managed, where people are coming from, what life cycles they're in, how they partner to provide the maximum possible offerings. And this is just one quick snapshot to see where they are in the life cycles, and very encouragingly, compared to national averages of about 6% or so, we don't have programs that have been declining or canceling. We do have a lot of them that are maxed out, and part of that's probably a capacity issue in terms of not having enough space for them to be able to grow in where they currently may be as well. So overall, from the survey standpoint, high participation, opportunity to improve the quality of the experiences, to go from good to great. A lot of support in terms of the intangibles and the benefits of what they provide, and pretty good alignment in terms of what the community wants with where you are actually prioritizing the actions as well. So quick summary on the park and facility assessment by Doug Grove.
Thank you, Neely. Okay. So I showed some of this before, but I want to go over it just to kind of remind you. So yeah, we did assess all of the parks, about 290 acres. Parks are mostly clustered in the center of the city, as you know, with some outlying parks. So that's just to be known. Every park we've done has a GIS device. We've gone through and looked at every bench, every backstop, every playground, rating system that's in a big database we'll turn over to the city at the end of the project. So every park has a map like this, along with digital data that goes with it. We also rated the parks on a scale of 1 to 5, poor to great, on the 4 different categories: access and connectivity, condition and functionality, safety and comfort, and maintenance. And this is the rating. You can see the 4 categories at the top, all the parks. So anywhere between, but it's good to see here is all of your maintenance is 4, 3s, 4.5, 5. So you've got really good maintenance, which is great. Some of the things you can't control, access and connectivity, sometimes is limited by parking or by trail access. But we want to go back and look as we make recommendations over the next couple of months, where can we make some of these numbers go higher? But again, the overall numbers really line up with what the survey showed. Everybody kind of felt the parks were good. Some of them were excellent, and very consistent with what we saw as we did our assessments. So there's a study that the National Park and Recreation our association does, along with the Trust for Public Lands. It looks at how many residents in a city live within a 10-minute walk of a park. So residents in Vista, and that's about a quarter mile. So residents in Vista, about 49% do. National average is 55%. So this leads into the 4 plans that we're doing, one at Brangle Terrace and then 3 new parks, which is going to help bring that number up as we go through. So on Brangle Terrace Park, we've got 4 kind of key areas that we're going to look at tonight. Up in the upper right-hand corner, we're adding about 287 parking stalls, along with ADA accessibility into the area for the Moonlight Amphitheater, and then also creating a new number 17 there, a space for some new office space for the Moonlight Amphitheater that's going to be a future project design-wise. And then key here, as we talked about trails and so forth, you can see up here at the top, we pick up a trail all the way down Jim Porter Walkway or Parkway, coming back around down to the pickleball courts and all the way around here to the walkway to connect there. So you can walk all the way through there without walking in the street. Got the new pickleball courts you just added. And then the big problem there now, or issue there now, is there's no access from, people have to walk through the courts here to get to the pickleball. So then we've created a walkway from the restroom, community recreation center, up this way so people can walk to the restroom and back. We've added some accessibility stalls there. Creating this, and we've added about 11 more parking stalls on this side too. So trying to create solve some problems that are happening there now that the pickleball has been added. I'm sorry, go back. Well, I can't really go back, can I? Yeah, I can. One more thing that came up too was accessibility walkways. So there's really no way to walk from here to there without walking up the grass. So we're recommending a ADA accessible walkway with some parking here so that people don't have to walk all the way down to the one end, or so they don't walk up the grass. So we're helping some of that in this park as well. Down by the existing playground, we've got a new splash pad, renovating the existing sound volleyball court, adding picnic shelters, shade, expanding the playground a little bit with shade on top of that, renovating the restrooms that are there so we can have better restrooms. And then we're actually putting in a new walkway that kind of goes along this way down to where the seniors come across, and then continues all the way back up to the botanical garden. So you have a walkway within the park, not on the parkway, on the road, so you can get through to the different parts of the park, all accessible wise. Breeze Hill Park, so we found out pretty late in the game, but it was enough time to get it in here, was that this parking lot is going to be turned back over to the city from the county. So we were able to add 4 pickleball courts there that were not going to be in this park site. We had a space for them, which is actually a really good location. You're pretty far away from the houses, probably further than we've ever done that with pickleball. And you have a lot of parking. One thing we did do here was we closed off these 2 parking entrances, so with the circulation will go around this way. We've added some crosswalks to get across to make it a little bit safer. And then we've added a parking lot here just for some ADA accessibility parking, some EV stall, which is required by code. And then again, a restroom, playground here, splash pad right above that. Dog park, that was a high requested item on this park. And then a lot of shade. These little red triangles are shade. And then a walkway that traverses up to the top of the hill with some picnic tables at the top. We have an exercise station cluster right here. So you can basically walk this whole site in an accessible manner without handrails and be able to get around the park and get some exercise. Madrigal, again, parking was requested on site, so we've got that over here. We've got the crosswalk that was talked about, getting back to the commercial site at the stop sign. We do have fencing all the way around and with gates. That was a concern from, number one, a homeless standpoint by the residents, as well as safety on the street, which makes sense. Dog park is located somewhat in the middle with a small dog park here, large dog park here. Restroom in the middle. This gets, people can then not have to, dogs and kids don't have to interact, which is a good safety factor. And then a nice playground over here with some shade as well. Walkway that circulates the entire park, again, totally accessible, no handrails, with individual little picnic or exercise stations throughout the park, so you can walk through there and do your exercise at the same time. Last park is Weavey Park. As you know, the area up here to the north is almost completed. with the exercise stations. We had a bigger park design in this area, but we found out that this white area is a cultural easement with the local Indian tribes. So we've kind of scaled our design back just to the area here in the basin. That could be expanded as we get further into discussions with the tribe on what they'll allow us to do there. We're pretty hopeful, based on what they were allowed to put here, that we can expand that. But for right now, we're just showing a smaller dog park area with a seating area with maybe a memorial oak tree to represent the cultural aspects of the site. That's it. Did you finish up?
So yeah, just to close off, we've actually spent the afternoon with the staff in a visioning and action plan development conversation as well. We'll be working on levels of service and creating access and equity maps to show where the distribution of things would be. That will then obviously lead to the actual dollar amounts in terms of the capital improvement elements to see what the implementation costs look like. But all of that is for the system-wide plan as well. So in the next 2 to 3 months, we'll be coming back to you with a plan to sort of finish all of that. But for tonight, I'll turn it back over to Director Pacheco to wrap up.
Thanks, Neely and Doug. So again, just to finish, in the staff report, we've come up with this park project prioritization to help get some direction from council. And so we're recommending the prior obligation we've made to the city to relocate the pickleball courts from Thibodaux would be the first priority. And then based on the survey results where we found people were saying that it's better to invest in existing facilities and maintain existing facilities, ranking higher than newer. And then the third is actually criteria that we found when we applied for a recent grant, the ORLP, which is the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership. They had a round 8. And based on the criteria, the Madrigal had higher competition ranking amongst the rest of the parks. So then lastly, future parks with Breeze Hill and Weave Phase 2 remaining, we recommend just waiting to see what future grants are out there and trying to see which of those parks would be more competitive. And so again, the recommended action is to get direction from council on these park improvement concepts. And we're available for any questions.
We have some speakers on this. Let's see, we'll start with Diane, I think it's Wolke, and then Sid Rothenberg.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm on the Board of Directors for Safe Healthy Playing Fields. We are questioning why the consultant who was at the meeting on I believe it was the 5th of January regarding the Wave Park, is trying to upsell the city on toxic and carcinogenic products such as synthetic turf and the pour-in-place playgrounds. These, and for the splash pads. These items, were you in the California Coastal Commission permit zone, would not be allowed. By virtue of it being a few miles inland, does not make these products untoxic. Synthetic turf should not be installed in the water park nor any park in Vista, nor should use tire crumb surfacing for the splash pad, which would have to be removed and replaced annually. Both products are highly toxic, fossil fuel-based petrochemical plastics. They're known to leach chemicals into air, water, and soil. They include hormone system damaging chemicals as well as PFAS substances, phthalates, which are known as everywhere chemicals, and neurotoxins. Both release large amounts of microplastics and nanoplastics, which also leach chemicals, adsorb others, as well as harmful bacteria. They're a threat to humans, wild, avian, and aquatic life. Synthetic turf readily reaches temperatures of 160 to 180 degrees Fahrenheit. And children have been hospitalized in ICU units for prolonged periods of time when they've sustained thermal burns on both synthetic turf and these pour-in-place products. Because they're bioaccumulative, PFAS can be passed down multiple generations. Babies are being born pre-polluted with PFAS and microplastics. Microplastics are now found in virtually every human organ and bodily fluid. They're connected to hyperactivity disorder, autism spectrum disorder, chronic and debilitating diseases and cancers, resistance to vaccines, high cholesterol, obesity, and diabetes, which is what synthetic turf tells us that they're out to cure, is obesity in children, and in fact, it causes it. Recent research has identified age-related risk for cancer for children and adolescents who play on synthetic turf. A multitude of toxic chemicals in both new and older synthetic turf has been shown to cause harm to human endocrine, which is hormonal, and cardiometabolic health. Research has shown that children who play on the pour-in-place or use tire crumb surfaces have a 10-fold increase of cancer risk. CEQA prohibits a proposed development if there are feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures available that would substantially lessen any significant adverse effect which the activity may have on the environment. Synthetic turf does not meet any of these.
Thank you very much. I apologize. That's your time. Next, Sid Rothenberg.
We're all having a long evening here. My first comment was going to be the devil's in the details, and I think that's what you just heard. This is a concept plan, and that's what you're voting on tonight. But the details are not out there evident for any of us, and especially you who are voting. I believe the Madigual Park, the biggest concern the neighbors had was not the design, but the problem with vagrants and vandalism. So they really had very little to say about the design of the park itself. There have been a lot of comments about wanting splash pads. Splash pads are expensive. There's been more people saying we have a wave, we don't need the splash pads. I'm going to talk about Bringle Terrace. Splash pad is not needed in Bringle Terrace, and that was what was said in the last workshop meeting, and yet it's still showing up in the design today. We don't have any dog parks in Bringle Terrace, and yet every morning and evening, there's crowds of people walking their dogs through Bringle Terrace. Wouldn't they perhaps like to have a dog park? Facilities were not addressed except that is identified that the Moonlight's going to have an office building and space was made for them and it's in the design of the park. Absolutely nothing was surveyed or observed around the senior center. You know I'm going to get back to the seniors, right? Not even the property, what is the extent of the property that exists around the senior center, how it could be used, did they need more shade? If you look at the age-friendly plan for outdoor spaces, the seniors want community gardens, and yet that seems to be somewhere moderating up and down on those lists of surveys. And I believe, we have a lot of parking lots around the senior center that aren't being used, and we have some property that's available that should have been investigated, but that whole section was just totally ignored, in my opinion. So this is leading up to a master plan, which is supposed to have more details to it, and I am told will include facilities such as the Moonlight, the senior center, the Jim Porter rec space. We'll see. And then, of course, the Wave Water Park, which got a lot of attention and is going to be an expensive refurb, basically. I would hope that the public would be aware.
Thank you, Sid. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Suzanne Hume on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, this is actually John Bodorf with CleanEarthForKids.org, and we are asking the City of Vista not to allow any use of synthetic turf in any park in Vista. We would also ask you to direct staff to draft an ordinance to ban synthetic turf in Vista, as has been done in several California cities. Synthetic turf is plastic grass, and it contains many toxic chemicals and substances like PFAS that are harmful to children's health and development. It also is known to increase the risk of injuries, burns, and heat exhaustion. Plastic grass fields are significantly hotter than real grass. Plastic fields are 40 to 70 degrees hotter than the air temperature. Every plastic grass field tested has been found to contain toxic PFAS, and there is no safe level of PFAS. And there are many other toxic chemicals in plastic grass other than PFAS. There are over 16,000 chemicals used in the making of plastics, with at least 4,200 of them known to be highly hazardous to human health and the environment. Of those, only 980 have been regulated around the world, and there is inadequate hazard data for over 10,000 of those 16,000 chemicals. Every tested plastic type leaches hazardous chemicals. Plastic grass fields do not save water, and they do not save money. These fields have to be replaced every 7 to 10 years. Well-managed natural grass fields are cheaper in the long run. Please do not believe the greenwashing from the industry. There is no safe plastic grass, and plastic grass is not recycled. Reuse is not recycling. Burning is not recycling. The tons of plastic from each synthetic turf field will end up in landfills or dumped, polluting our water with toxic chemicals and creating massive amount of microplastics. Hot toxic plastic grass is harmful to children's health and the environment. Please stop all uses of plastic grass in Vista. The decisions we make today affect our children's health and future. Thank you from Clean Earth for Kids.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff and partners, for all your work on this. You guys have just really killed it. Hit it out of the park. We have an amazing plan in our hands, and we're not done yet, but we've come a really long way, and I have just a couple pieces of feedback. First, I want to address some of the recent comments from the public. I did address this with the consultant when I reviewed the park site in District 3, but I want to address it with the whole council because this is exactly an example of how we don't just represent our districts, we really do represent the entire city. And I am concerned about the inclusion of synthetic turf in some of these designs. I would prefer alternatives and prioritize alternatives. So that would be my first thing. But the concepts that are in front of us, I think, are awesome. I would just look to do a little bit of editing. So, for example, in the Breeze Hill Park site, pickleball might not have been at the top of the list for the folks that were looking at that site and thinking what could be there, but out of all the sites, it's kind of the best location for more pickleball, and it's going to be so far away from the residences. We have all that parking that has been relinquished from the county, so I'm excited that we're going to be able to have more sport amenities there. And the cool thing is when pickleball, inevitably, how trends go, when it goes out of fashion, we'll still have fitness courts there. So it could be whatever's the next thing, Tell me I'm wrong in 20 years. But one of the things I would like to edit here is the splash pad. I think it's a bit too much, and I do know that splash pads are huge maintenance costs to the city. So I think maybe we should, if we want to have a splash pad, maybe we do a pilot splash pad, right? And we introduce it. I do think a splash pad is valuable as a separate facility and amenity from the wave because a lot of people can't make it to the wave. You don't want to have to buy a ticket in order to cool down on a hot day. So splash pad could be appropriate in a certain location. But over here at Breeze Hill, on Breeze Hill Road, which we're going to have to figure out another name for this park because we already have a Breeze Hill Park. But splash pad is a little bit too much. I did ask our consultant about information about alternatives to the turf, and so maybe we can get a little bit more information on that. The dog park runs, I think, are really important. Really, when I look at the survey and look at the top items, restrooms, walking paths, playgrounds, parking, dog park, I think we cover it, right? So if the park site on Breeze Hill Road has walking trails, open space, dog areas, gardens and shade, a playground area, and a restroom, I think that that's amazing. This site is really meant to be more of a conservation of public land, and I want to pave as little of that as possible. As for some of the other sites, I think some of the improvements at Bringle Terrace, I'm very excited about the parking. I think that that's going to be a game changer. Some of the accessibility inclusions, I'm really excited about that. And then Madrigal Park as well. You know, it's just really increasing that access, right? Getting those percentages up. Instead of 45% of residents being within a 10-minute walk to the park, right? We're going to have a new influx of parks that are going to be available to people. So I do support staff's recommendation that we can move forward with making improvements to the sites that we already have and prioritizing sites like Madrigal Park that are scoring very high on grant criteria, which I'm not exactly sure why, because I do see that the site at Breeze Hill Road is very similar location, very similar demographics. Maybe you could break that down for us a little bit more.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. So yeah, we talked to the grant writer, Angie Beck, just to make sure, kind of understood what the protocol was. And each grant is kind of varying in different competitiveness based on the required criteria. So, and I am kind of also surprised because they seem very close by, but you know, it's just the way that you draw these tools and these radiuses around the parks. So Madrigal Park is actually in a severe disadvantaged community where the one on Breeze Hill Road is not. There's actually slightly a little bit more per acre, 1,000 people based on the dense population around that area. So that scored higher, was 1.78 versus 1.06. And then there are actually 36 brownfields that are in this area nearby versus none on the other park site. And then there are twice as many schools in this area, 4 versus the 2. So that was enough to just really make it not even that close.
That's a great overview, and it really shows how our efforts to improve our parks, it's environmental and it's for public health and well-being. So I really appreciate that. So I support staff's recommendations. I would move that we adopt staff's recommendations for pickleball courts at Breeze Hill Road, Bringle Terrace Park improvements, park site on Madrigal Drive, and then continue to work on future parks. Thanks.
Councilmember O'Donnell, what's Caleb's little brother's name?
Jacob.
I think Caleb and Jacob really need to have a splash pad. I know that.
If you want to buy it for him, I'll put it in the backyard.
I know that my nephew wants one. He's about 20 months old, and he would love to have one. I think a lot of kids in Vista would love it. I don't care where it goes. If you can find another place to put it, it doesn't matter to me. But something central like that, I think that would be an amazing amenity. I think it would be massively popular, and frankly, it has to go somewhere where there's parking because this is going to draw people in. So I just think that would be a really amazing, people are driving to San Marcos to their splash pad. We should have that.
Can I make a recommendation? Because I made the motion, and I meant to include in my motion to not include a splash pad at Breeze Hill Road. But considering Madrigal being more hitting higher criteria for grants, maybe we sneak a splash pad in there because we're more likely to get it funded. What do we think?
I will just to comment on that. My residents, as I said, over in that area were not shy with sharing their thoughts on the process of this park. And I do not believe that they would want a splash pad over there for all the reasons of why they wanted a 6-foot-tall gate that closes in the evening. I'm open to it, I guess. We can discuss it. I just, I don't want to have taken all their feedback for 2.5 years and then say, hey, sorry, here's your splash pad.
Is there enough flat land at Madrigal to do the splash pad even? There's no parking there, right? How much parking is there?
We could put a water slide in there with the.
Yeah, right.
I'm not kidding. It's about a 40.
Is there any parking there? There's really no parking right now.
No.
Yeah, there's just not enough flat land there. It's going to be a little kind of almost a pocket park because I understand you don't want it there, and I don't mean to be objectionable to that, but there's parking there.
There is
There's
one at
sufficient land
Bringle
there.
Terrace too, just so you know.
We're going to put one.
There's one shown at Bringle Terrace on the plan.
I think 2 of them is fantastic. Caleb and Jacob and their mother don't want to drive that far, just saying.
They won't. They go to my mother-in-law's or our community pool.
Oh, okay. I thought you were my splash pad partner there. Go ahead, Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you. One thing that is outside of the topic of this, but is brought up, I just saw it pop up in one of the locations, is the Rotary Lane Veterans Memorial Wall. If you're not aware, the Vista Rotary Club is disbanding, and they are the ones that provide the maintenance to that memorial wall, as well as the lane, Rotary Lane over there. So I think that we should definitely look in to see who will be maintaining that and if we need to take that over, unless our city manager has already done so.
There's no one else who's going to maintain it as far as we know, so we will be doing that until we can find another party to take it over. Thank you.
Just wanted to put it on the radar so we don't let it fall into dilapidation. Thank you. Artificial turf. I see you shaking your head, so I just want to get clarification, because on here it does say turf grass. I know that those are the same thing and they're interchangeable, but when I look at this, if there's any artificial turf, it looks like it would be this entire section, which I can tell you I will not support.
I'm not sure where that came from, to be honest with you, because we haven't recommended any of it. Someone asked me at one of the meetings what we recommend for dog parks, and so if we ever put synthetic turf anywhere, it would be in a dog park because the dogs tear everything up. You have three choices for dog parks: regular grass, which is very hard to maintain;
clay,
DG, which is very dirty and dusty and smells like urine after about 6 months; and synthetic turf, or wood chips, which no one likes, even dog users. That's been a failure. And then synthetic turf is designed for dog parks. That has no rubber infill, has no thing. So that may have been where it came up, but we're not recommending synthetic turf anywhere where the kids are playing. So
I mean, to be honest with you, the park in South Buena Vista, the dog park, it's just dirt.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need anything fancy. I just want a place where the dogs can run.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So, and that's a decision that it's not. This just says turf, so it does not grass.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the kind of the purpose of this conversation, because as we move forward with design and review and all the other stuff, I mean, I don't want synthetic turf all over these parks. It kind of defeats the purpose of having the open space, because to the point that was made, it does get very warm.
Yep.
I also want to make sure that we are not using any PFAS in the rubber that we're using to put into the playground.
Yeah, no, the rubber, the EPDM material that goes on top has none of that in it. Some of the older products did years ago, but the newer ones do not. So.
Which either way, I know that there is available product out there, so let's just make sure that we're utilizing it. Sid, you almost went the whole night without coming up here to yell at us, but I appreciate all your comments. I will make you this promise. When the time comes, we should continue to look at the senior center and things that are around there, because I do agree with you, and there's a lot of amenities within that area that we could probably activate to make it a more workable space, and I'm very much in favor of a garden over there. So we can chat more about it when it happens, or when the time comes. A great job on this, you know. I mean, on the design as far as Maddox is concerned, I think it absolutely nails everything the community was asking for in that space. I can't support a splash pad there, so, but majority does rule. So you all decide what you want to do. But I mean, outside of that,
You say you can't support a splash pad at
Maddox,
Madrigal,
but majority does rule. So you all.
Well, the
figure
question
that
is,
out.
do you want it at Breeze Hill?
That's a question for the deputy mayor, I suppose. I mean, we'll come back to that. When do we anticipate that we would start seeking out funding sources for Breeze Hill and or Weevay Park?
So I know there's another round of federal grants that was supposed to come in the fall, but everything's on pause right now. And we really are signed up for every alert for any kind of grant that's out there. So the second something comes up, we're right on top of applying for it. But as it is right now, the only one that we're aware of was the one that we just applied for a couple months ago.
So the individuals that want to sell national public parkland are not giving out any more funding for local parks?
I haven't seen anything lately, yeah.
Shocking. Yeah, I know, I'm almost done.
To answer that question, though, we try to pursue grant opportunities to leverage our money, but we do have a fair amount of park funding available, and we will be discussing all the parks when we come back for our capital improvement program discussion in the fall.
Awesome. Yeah, all right. I mean, I'm supportive of it. I believe your motion's been seconded, has it not, or no? I mean, I can second it, but if you're open to a splash pad there, I'm open to conversation. I know it's getting late, but
You know what? We're just accepting the concepts, okay? I can leave it in the concepts, but when we get closer, there's gonna be a bunch of people from Breeze Hill Road that are gonna either demand we keep the splash pad or demand we get rid of the splash pad, and we're really gonna have to make a tough decision.
I agree. And because we already talked about bike lanes in District 2 tonight, I am not going to overstep and demand a splash pad at Breeze Hill tonight. So I hope that we can continue this conversation and we can figure out where we can put an additional splash.
As long as you second my motion, I'll
I already
go ahead.
seconded it.
Okay. You know what? I actually am gonna have to change my motion because I do want to accept the concepts with the splash pad because
Hey,
the mayor's convinced me.
thank you.
He's convinced me.
Little kids are cute.
I will
Playing in
second
the
that.
splash in this is the best.
No, it's for me. I'm gonna be out
That's
there
fine.
playing in the splash pad.
It's fine.
I will second the amendment to the motion as well. And then I don't know if we're going to need to extend our time, but we should consider that as well.
Councilmember Fox. No extension of time. Let's make this snappy. Let's
Well,
go.
I had a page and a half of notes, so I'll cut it short. I think just based on some context for this conversation, in addition to these parks, I'm under the impression that there's another park that's funded and ready to go at California and Benito Juarez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, there is a small neighborhood park at Benito Juarez that we've received a grant for and that's going to construction.
Are there any amenities in that park that, like a splash pad or anything?
There's like well, Mike can speak to that.
Yeah, I'd call that more of a spray feature, where this.
Look
yeah,
at that.
That's
Look at that. We got our other splash pad. So, I mean, I think I echo some of the concerns with putting splash pads everywhere. They are very expensive. There's a lot of maintenance there. We have the Wave, and it is our most utilized park. I do see the need to potentially have a couple extra ones for people to be accessible to different communities and everything that might not, be able to get tickets consistently to the Wave every weekend, and still want to have, some escape from the heat. When it comes, I think the designs for the parks look great. The only specific one I had was on the Weave Park. This is something I mentioned earlier, but I think that the dog park there is kind of small when it comes, like if it goes with the plan as is, and I think we do need to I love the big oak tree. I think it's super cool. And I'm sure if we do get permission from the tribes that we'll move the oak tree onto that, expanding the room for the dog park. But I just want to go into this saying that I think that we do need to expand that dog park a little bit, just because it is, I mean, I'm looking at the size of the cars and I'm like, you got like 6 cars in there. And then there's also a potential park location at Beaubier and Anza, which I'm under the impression also may be a potential site for a dog park as well. So that would be something that I'd be very supportive of. And in fact, priority-wise, I would like to start seeing a design for that pretty quick too, because I think that one may be, when it comes to dog parks, right now we have the one very, very southern tip of the entire city. And so for people in North Vista, it's kind of a little bit of a commute for us. And so with not having that on as one of the updates to Brangle Terrace, as long as we're having, either Weave, which, is there, or that Anza Park sounds like a prime location to potentially expand that radius a little bit. So that's really all of it when it comes to specifics. I agree completely with the prioritization. The park that's already funded and designed, checks out. The pickleball courts, so we can, convert your Shatteridge ones back to tennis courts and maybe not, make some of those people happy. Sounds like oh, did you not want it to? Okay. And then of course, like with the Brangle Terrace ones, that walking trail that goes around the entire edge, with walking trails being the number one asked for thing. It's the biggest park, full radius. That's a pretty good long walking trail. So I will be very happily using that one as well. So So yeah, I'm also in support of this, and would also like just to, I'll vote for it as is, but I would also like to just share my concern about like 5 splash pads would be a little bit excessive. Don't want to cannibalize all the wave attendance here. So thanks.
Why do we even need to vote on this? This is like conceptual beyond concept. We don't have money for any of this. We have to vote on it because there was a motion in a second. Well, I'm just saying, like, what are we even, we're not even carving anything to stone here. We're just like, this is the first, I just want to, we're all on the same page about.
This will give us the ability to cost these parks out and understand what the projects are going to require us to put forward to make them happen.
So you're not going to bring back to council any more specifics?
We're going to
on this?
bring back, well, yeah, when we go.
You're going to cost out the stuff that's built in here and give it to us?
Well, the things that we've heard tonight. We'll
Councilmember Contreras, we have 20 minutes to go. Thank you.
I have 21 minutes of speaking to do, so let me condense it. I do agree that wherever we can avoid synthetic grass, we should. I'm curious about this recommendation about the new pickleball courts at Breeze Hill and also closing the Thibodeau. I don't necessarily have the best feeling about that, but it's not my district. But I think the more pickleball courts we have, the better. So I just need to make that comment. I really like all the improvements, and I will say that, I fought very hard to keep some of these parks or some of this land available for parks. So 2 of these parks are my direct efforts to convince the council and to fight against the council. One of them is Weave, and the other is Madrigal, because that at one point they were looking at putting a hotel. And I had to twist Councilmember Joe Green's arm as far back as I could to tell him this was not a good idea. And so I'm really happy to see that 2 of those sites have been saved. And one of the largest things that we're seeing from our constituents, according to these surveys, includes having more open space. So it's huge. Also, I just have to point out that the number 1 on the composite survey here did indicate that multi-use hiking, biking, and walking paths. So little interesting, seeing as how we've gone backwards on our biking. But hopefully we can, add more features in parks to have some biking. That doesn't seem like it's been like necessarily any part of the talking points for any of these parks, even though it's scoring very high. So I want to make sure that we do roll that into the design and how we accommodate bicycles. Understanding too that we might need to bring that back to council regarding riding bikes in parks, because I think that's still illegal. We have a lot of interesting things here in Vista. So outside of that, you mentioned brownfields. That's really interesting to me. I would love to know a little bit more about where we have brownfields in the city. This would have been a perfect time for Joe Hood to be here. I know at one time he commented about solar projects where there's funding on brownfields. So I'm just kind of like remembering that comment and plugging it in here for the public record. Thank you, Councilmember Fox. Yes, Benito Juarez, it's going to be a very, very small park, but there is a splash pad-like feature there. Potentially that could be a pilot. There is not parking. So I will tell you that it's mostly for people to like walk there that are in the neighborhood. I wanted to just highlight the Rotary Memorial Park and the maintenance of it, since you brought it up. I will say that we definitely need a lot more solar lights there. It is extremely dark, and when I walk in that area, there's always seems to be 1 or 2 individuals that I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, and I can't see what they're doing. So let's light it up there. It's going to be a critical area because it's right in our downtown. The downtown committee just had some really good conversations, so we want to really enhance that area. But some more lighting would be really critical. And outside of that, I think we've done an incredible job. I know this costs a lot of money, so I'm glad that you did a great job. We got a lot of responses because if we did it, then I would not be saying good job at all. One of the other things that I do want to highlight, because it's not in here and we're going to talk about it in the future, is the new park off Beaubier. And so when we're talking about parks that score because they're in a disadvantaged community, I also don't, I'm curious to see if that park, what the score would be for grant funding. In that area. I'm not exactly sure because of where it's located, if it would score higher than any of these other parks, but I don't want to forget about that site because it's really critical. Yeah, that's all I wrote down, so that's all I'm going to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the motion is the staff recommendation without amendment, yes? Is that right? Meaning that it includes the splash pad at Briesel? Yes. Okay, all right, very good. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, Mr. Hassanen, let's see what we can do with 14 minutes. That motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're probably not doing that tonight.
Mayor, if I may, if there is a veteran in the audience waiting to speak on item 6. So I don't know if we want to take public comment very quickly on that.
Yeah, let's, if we have somebody waiting to speak on D6, let's allow that individual to go ahead and speak before we get to our 10:30. Who was it that wants to speak on D6? Okay, so we're going to go to D6, and because that's actually probably all we have time for at this point. So let's start with public comment on D6 from Lori Hightower, and then we'll go to Paul Kruger. If you would both come on down. Is Lori Hightower still here? I don't see Lori Hightower, so we'll go to Paul Kruger. Thanks for being so patient. I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
Actually, you know what? Since I've been here so long, I got nothing to say. I'm just kidding with you. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I just wanted to come here and first I was excited to see the presentation that the Sheriff's Department had put together for the illegal fireworks enforcement. I've lived here for a couple years and I love it here, but the one thing that I really do have a problem with is illegal fireworks, and I know that it's kind of a tricky situation to enforce. You call the Sheriff's Department and say, I heard a firework. They say, where was it? And you're like, somewhere. So I can't imagine it would be very easy for the enforcement, so I'm looking forward to seeing that presentation. But it definitely is something that needs to be under control because myself, I'm the new VFW commander for the City of Vista, and I know that myself included and other combat veterans have a real hard time with fireworks and it triggering their PTSD. So it's gotten so bad that we're actively looking for places to go camping over 4th of July weekend because it gets bad. So whatever you guys can do to help put that under control would be great. And I would support any committees or any type of programs that I could volunteer to help with. But yeah, it's definitely something that has been on my mind for a while, and I'm glad that somebody's bringing attention to it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. Thanks for your service to our country. Yes, Captain, you have 11 minutes. And I really appreciate you making this presentation, by the way. I asked for this because we have had so many requests every year to address this. And we've been actually doing a few things, but we haven't always taken the time to tell people what it is. So
yes.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, welcome to summer and illegal fireworks season as usual. And thank you, sir, for your service and mentioning that. That's one of the biggest things. We have our veterans, we have animals, and we have residents that absolutely hate illegal fireworks. And like you said, it's a very difficult thing, but we're gonna talk about some ways that we're gonna try to combat that. So what I want to do is kind of show you what happened last 4th of July. So I wanted a snapshot of the week of the 4th of July and the 4th of July in particular. So during the week, we had 77 calls for service for 415 pyrotechnics, which is a disturbance fireworks, 11-6 call, which is shots fired. And I know it's difficult for a lot of residents to differentiate between the two, but oftentimes they get dispatched out differently. So on the 4th of July, we had 36 of those calls. Looking at the heat map on where those calls are coming from, as you can see, it looks like it's District 1, 3, 2, and then 4 to where these firework calls are coming from. I don't know that that's really reflective in terms of what residents are actually doing this, and I'll show you a little bit later in a video why that is. But this is our heat map, and these are going to be the areas that we're going to be focusing our enforcement on. So in comparison, I know we always like to compare ourselves to others. The city of San Marcos, throughout the week, they have much less, but on the 4th of July, they have about the same. They have about 37 calls for service for firework calls and shots fired calls. So normally what happens is the patrol deputies are tasked with going to these calls. However, I need to show you that on the 4th of July, patrol is very, very busy. They're handling 78 calls for service outside of these firework calls. So it gets very busy for them, and firework calls actually get pushed down on the priority, and a lot of times they're not able to respond or even make contact with the people that are having these complaints, which is difficult. So I know that these numbers don't make a whole lot of sense to you guys, but I broke out some of the what these calls for service. So you'll see last 4th of July, we had 6 collisions. We had a strong arm robbery, which is a robbery with use of force or violence, a lot of disturbance party calls, suspicious person calls, commercial burglaries, fights. As you can imagine, all of the calls that you would normally get on a holiday when people are drinking alcohol and things are getting a little bit wild. So our patrol deputies are very, very, very busy. And like I said, unfortunately, these fireworks calls get pushed down on the priority list from our dispatch center. What I want to do is show this video. Kathy, does this fire up or do you push? So what we're seeing is it turns into a wild goose chase when it comes to firework calls. So what happens, like in this instance, we have 5 individuals that pull up in a vehicle. They will stop on a street, they'll go out in the street, and they set off these extremely loud fireworks. So as you can imagine, residents are hearing this for miles and miles, and it's very hard for them to pinpoint where this is going. So once an individual calls us into the comm center puts the information out to deputies. The deputies respond to this area. As you can see, the individuals are in their car and they're gone, and they are moving to other parts of the city, which makes it extremely difficult for us to enforce. And this is what we're seeing. Also, a lot of times what we're seeing is people will come out of their houses, go out in the street, set these fireworks off, and then go back in their house. So by the time we get there, there's really nothing that we can do. So what we're going to do is we're obviously going to focus on our hot spots that I identified, and we're going to do this as more of a task force approach. So we're not going to just rely on patrol deputies to do this. We're going to be using deputies from COPS and GET to help us out with this. So we're already going to have 7 deputies and a sergeant assigned to the fireworks show at the park. We're going to adjust their hours. We're going to push them to come in later in the afternoon. They don't need to be there early at the park. There's really not a whole lot going on. And what they're going to do is after they close the park down, we're going to have them stay over, get in patrol cars, and they're going to be focusing specifically on these calls. They're going to be out in these hotspot areas already there while patrol is still able to handle calls for service in their specific districts. So it's going to free up a lot of time for the patrol deputies. We'll also have a drone unit out, which will be helpful. That'll give us a bird's eye view of where these things are coming from, and we'll be able to respond more appropriately. We will have marked and unmarked vehicles. Because as you know, when marked vehicles roll into a specific neighborhood, the phone chain starts going and people shut it down and they wait for us to leave and then they go back out and they start it again. So we'll have unmarked and marked vehicles working the 4th of July. We also will have 2 analysts that are on call for us to use for getting resident information, house information, running individuals, because the comm center gets very, very busy on the 4th of July. So pending any questions, that's our plan of attack for the 4th of July. It's just throwing more deputies at the problem and using other units to help our patrol deputies to respond to these. And I think it will be very, very helpful.
You've asked us to invest in the shot spotter system.
Yes.
And I read that it can differentiate between gunshots and fireworks.
Well, what it will do is if it's an explosion that doesn't come from a firearm, it will not register in the system, because if you fire a shot from a firearm, it will tell you what caliber it is, what type of weapon it is. But when it's a firework or an explosion, it doesn't read as anything, and it will come back as just an explosion, which will lead us to believe it didn't come from a gun. It came from a firework or an explosive device.
But you do receive the information that there was an explosion that was a non-firearm. Yes. So, and does it pinpoint the location the same as it would a gunshot?
Exactly the same, yes.
So it would give you some situational awareness to combat illegal fireworks?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think that's an interesting point for us to consider as we think about that equipment. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, that was actually a point I was going to make. And then also, I don't want to blanket our city in LPRs, but I mean, I think it just speaks to something that it might be useful for if you have a continuous vehicle going in and out of different areas and you hear all these explosions. I just don't know how that would work. And that when we get into deeper conversations about that type of equipment, that's kind of information I would like to have, because I don't want it to turn into a wild goose chase where every single plate that's going through there is getting pinged, and now you got to, I think there's a concern with LPRs in general. But I just wonder if that's technology that would also be useful.
It could be. However, you have to factor in that California has the most stringent and strict laws regarding fireworks. There's a ton of laws on the books. However, most of them are misdemeanor. It doesn't move into felony unless you start getting into like over 100 pounds of fireworks that are found with an individual. That's when it moves into felony. We certainly wouldn't be tracking vehicles for a misdemeanor fireworks call unless there was another serious crime, unless there was a fire that was started or there's actual, people that are at risk of being injured or hurt seriously.
Well, I guess that would be my question then, because a lot of these are, well, the ones that you showed were obviously illegal fireworks that were made and crafted, but or professionally crafted in some sort. But we hear a lot of like homemade bombs, quote unquote, going off. And so I just wonder when the differentiation comes in to where now it's a felony offense because you've made this at home.
Yes.
And it's an explosive device versus it becoming a firework.
Yeah, and that's where it comes into working with our partners in fire and also our bomb arson unit. So if deputies go out and find residual materials from an explosion, we will call out our bomb arson unit and the fire investigators, the fire marshal, the inspectors. They're able to look at that stuff and say, hey, yeah, this is homemade stuff, this is dangerous, this would meet the threshold of a felony crime, not just, hey, these people went to another state and purchased fireworks that are legal there and brought them into California, which is ultimately, in most cases, probably going to be a misdemeanor type crime.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate the update. I appreciate the work that's going to go on the 4th, and keep up the good work.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming to make a presentation on this. We do get a lot of comments from the public, not only people that have a sensitivity to explosions, but also a lot of people with animals whose animals suffer, and that's a big concern for the community. So thanks for paying some special attention to something that is really a big community concern.
Sir.
Councilmember Contreras.
For the last 60 seconds, I just want to point out the obvious here that my district is the one that's affected a lot by fireworks. It's something I hear a lot from my constituents. I know we've talked in the past. I know there was Detective Adam that was really, instrumental, and one of these firework situations actually led to a huge arrest. So there is a connection sometimes and sometimes not. But I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I know it's extremely difficult with the firework issue, but it's a big concern for a lot of folks.
It'll be something we'll be working all summer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain. And according to our policy adopted by the council, we are now adjourned because it is 10:30.
I love you, Ally.
Love you, Shauna. The microphones are still hot.
Love you, Mina.